Well, hello, everybody. It is December 3rd, 2025, and I am setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night stream. And I have Censorship Sucks coming up here in a little bit. Do a pre-show, and then we're going to do a show. And then later on, we will have Jack Carey in with Paranormal Intelligence Agency, as well as the VIXEN'S Vault later on tonight. So, sit back, relax. I'm just getting ready to set up on my side. Hope everybody had a great week. This week has been pretty good so far, so we'll see where it takes us from here. All right, it's hump day, so let's get it on. I'm getting everything set up so we can get everything rolling. So stand by. This year is rolling out really fast. I can't believe how fast this new year has come. Well, this year has gone by, I should say. Lou's Happier 27, and who else do we got up there? We got all sorts of folks in the Kick Chat. Appreciate each and every one of you. I am still setting up, so buckle up. When I take and get the rest of the crew in here, we are going to have a great time tonight. I'm not sure what Nancy and the crew are going to be talking about, but I'm sure it's going to be good. The most intelligent, the most up-to-date and current folks out there that do shows through me. And I appreciate each and every one of you for helping us and following us and, keeping us going. Because without you, I'd just be on radio again. And don't, that is my heart and place. Radio. When I got the music, I got a place to go. Even though I do talk shows. Let me get the Censorship Sucks up and see if he's ready for tonight. Checking out my last stream before I do that. And it looks like Telegram is going good right now too. And welcome all the folks there as well. Radio. I love my radio. Yeah. Radio. When I got the music, I've got a place to go. Don't you know?
Hey, what's up?
Hello. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How you been, man?
Pretty good. So far, so good.
What up, Barry?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I can't complain, man. Well, I can't.
Well, we
I
do, but you know,
I was
no
gonna
one
say I can't.
listens. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, every now and then you just have to break from the complaining.
Heads up, that Brent will be here next week.
I figured. Okay, we're good to go. And then let's see here. Is that our last show? No, I don't think so. No, 17th will be our last show of the year. For Wednesdays.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
Last show of the year.
The 14th will be your the 17th will be the final show of the year for us.
It's actually a celebratory thing, but it sounds almost doom and gloom. It's the last show of the year.
Yeah,
Almost like
you know, I mean, this year is like trucked on like nobody's business. I'm telling you. I mean, we had, you know, lots of great content. I mean, the year just steamrolled through, you know. I'm happy
Sure has.
about that, but, you know, there's,
this-
you know, a lot of setbacks in this year for me, but it'll work. It'll work.
Mm-hmm. And I think what's most important is that we all have love in our heart for the one and only, the great Kiss
Oh. I thought we was going to do the Trump train. That would have been great, wouldn't it?
What's the Trump train?
Trump train. Woo!
Oh, okay. I mean, hey, you know, even poor Keir Starmer needs some love, right? Maybe not.
Are you sure?
Probably not. I don't think he appreciates love. I think he just likes to be worshipped, maybe.
Yeah. There's a big difference between love and
Oh.
worship, right?
Oh yeah.
Linda Porter in Facebook chat. Hey, how you doing? I don't normally get to give you shout outs, but I caught you right away. I'm sure Larry will be in later on because he knows Willie's not going to be in tonight. We got a happier 27 Alexander in on the kick chat. Who else we got in there? It's like, I'm sure that Cecilia and Mayan Cow should be coming soon.
Celia. It's not working real well tonight. I don't know what's going on with that.
I don't know either.
I've been out of practice, I think. It's just not, I'm not whistling correctly. Celia.
That one worked.
Hey, keep it down, Zeus.
Oh
Oh boy.
Oh man.
yeah, that's a beating.
I got something.
It's a
I guess
beating.
for
You better
right
do
now.
it.
I got some info for everybody that I think that they might want to hear about, and I know you will. CS John, I know you will.
Mhm.
On Roku, the Roku channel, if you have Roku, there is The Enemy Within, starring Patrick Byrne. And it is the real true story of that whole insanity with the redheaded Russian that he dated off and on like 3 different times.
Be right back, guys.
And how,
Patrick Byrne?
and how he took the bribe, how he got Hillary to take the bribe so that she could be blackmailed by Obama. And all of this is in this. It's a documentary, but it's better than a documentary because he narrates it, but then there's money. They put money into this movie. There's a movie as well. So it's a documentary / because all these scenes are reenacted, and he kind of sets it up. And it's cool because one scene you see him and he's talking, and in the background you see the scene, and it's this scene where they're trying to intimidate him, telling him that if he speaks, he's going to be dead because they're in a graveyard. And anyway, it's I mean, his life is like Walter Mitty, except for real. And it's insane, the stuff that happened. And then, I mean, if it's true, I mean, it's definitely true that he was an agent. He definitely was working with the government. Definitely dated that redhead girl. But are some of the stories slightly embellished? I don't know. But man, it is riveting, dude. And all the pieces kind of come together with a lot of that story that I'd heard about, but I didn't know all the details. And it's 3 parts, like three 1-hour parts. So you can I binged almost all of it, like 75% of it, because it was just that good. And then I watched the rest of it yesterday, and it's good, man.
I'll have to look it up. Say the name of it again.
The Enemy Within.
Okay.
And there's
it rings a bell for sure.
Yeah. Oh, he released it. You got to pay for it, but this way it's free with ads, of course. But I know you don't like ads, but free is free. You know what I mean? And maybe you can find it free another way. I don't know. Maybe it's on BitChute or something.
Unless the ads are embedded into the actual video, I won't see them. You know what I mean? And then if they are embedded, you just skip through them.
Yeah, because you're on Brave. You got the Brave browser.
Yeah. They don't. You know, it's just ads are totally optional nowadays. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I couldn't imagine sitting through 5 ads at a time when I'm trying to watch a YouTube clip. My Lord.
I mean, the ads are so obnoxious too. I mean,
they
just wear me out, man. You know, and I don't know, maybe a third of them are drugs. You know, pharmaceutical drugs, and it's always, you know, it's just depressing, dude. That no one should have to hear that over and over and over again, especially if you're healthy. I guess it's sick too. Either way, you shouldn't have to be put through that garbage.
Yeah. Oh boy. Will this fucking thing load? My Lord.
Oh yeah. Coffee good.
I picked up a good deal at the thrift store, man. Wasn't even planning on buying it, and they just came over there, saw me looking at it for so long, and then I kind of acted like I really wasn't too interested, and they just got it that day. So they don't usually give good deals. You know, it was already priced and marked at the thrift store. But I guess I've been going in there so much and spending so much money because I buy stuff to flip it over at there, that he said, "Hey, man, how about $100?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm in." It was a 65-inch curved Samsung 4K TV.
4K.
And it's curved.
Wow.
And it's 65-inch, and I was like, for $100, and I looked it up on eBay. One had recently sold for $999. So I figured $100 is a steal, man. You know.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of those deals why even sell that? You've got it in your living room already. Just slap it on the wall, you know?
Yeah, well, honestly, man, it would be a pain to ship and stuff. I mean, a pain. It's huge, dude. I just don't even think I'd want them. I'd try not to sell stuff that's that big because it's a pain. And things can go wrong. You know, it could
I mean, for $1,000, you can, it's just not that much of a pain if you're getting $1,000. But yeah, you're right. It could break. God only knows.
Well, I don't know if I would get that. It's an older one, but the guy that sold it just recently, he had the original box in it. So I don't know, how used it was, but he had it packed up like it looked like it was an open box, but he was selling it as pre-owned. But still $600-700, but that's
awesome.
Okay, all I got's the old. I've had my TV for like 15 years, and I bought it used. On top, it was like 20 years old. It's a Sony Bravia, and so it'd just be nice to.
You haven't plugged it in yet?
I plugged it in and tested it, but I haven't. I've hooked up everything. I just had my friend help me right before the show bring it in because I couldn't. It's not that it was too heavy; it's too awkward to carry by yourself.
Yeah.
So you can't.
That's funny, dude. Yeah, you're gonna probably shit your pants when you see this thing all lit up. Watch a movie on it.
Exactly, dude. It's gonna be great. I got nice Bose speakers too, so it should be a nice experience. And my living room is not huge, so it really looks big, man. It's like pow.
Yeah.
And the curved screen kind of, I don't know, it gives it a little bit of a cinema feel to it.
Yeah.
The only thing it was missing.
Even though cinemas have flat screens.
There's no remote, but I don't think I'll be using the remote because I just use Blu-ray or Roku, and
But you can get a universal remote too. Like that's easy.
Yeah. Yeah, or
So you see those all the time at the flea market.
True.
God.
I think the newer ones are a lot lighter weight. So that's one of the downsides is not having it as lightweight. They're thinner, a little bit thinner, a little bit more lightweight.
Yeah.
But I would probably, if I was going to sell it, I would sell it, which eventually I probably will at some point, but later on, like a few years later, I put it on like Facebook Marketplace. I think because that way they can just pick it up. You don't have to mess with ship. You'll get a little bit less than what you get on eBay, but it would still be $400 or $500.
Yeah. And then come get it. That's key.
Exactly. One lesson whenever you're like buying at garage sales and stuff, never act like you're too interested. You know, because but if you just kind of like play, like I just played it cool. I was looking stuff up. I was probably around the TV for 10 minutes, and they came over there, and he was pretending like there was somebody else that wanted it, and I was like, yeah. I was like, it's a good deal, but you know, it's an older model, and
what did they want for it?
They priced it pretty cheap, $149.
Oh, okay.
But they never come down on stuff on their price until it's been in the store for a while. Like this would be, if I didn't buy it, it would have been gone the next day because I was there late that night. Somebody would have bought it the next day early because it just come in. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, he said, "Hey man, I guess they had a slow day maybe, and they wanted to get a sale."
Yeah,
which is fine.
Or maybe he knows what you do, and he's like, you know, here's something you're probably just going to keep, and so you know, I'll give you a deal on it because you're going to look at it and think of me every time you look at it and turn it on.
He's a cool dude. The dude that offered me, he's a good guy. Yeah. They give you credit. It's not much. Like every $100 you spend, they give you $5 credit, which is better than nothing because the deals are already pretty good.
Yeah.
And not every thrift store is good. You know, some thrift stores, they price stuff way too high. I avoid those. But the ones that price it, like you can go to some thrift stores almost like every day and you're gonna score, you know, just because they don't price stuff like they don't put a resale value on it. They just price it to move it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is ridiculous.
We'll take a look at.
I just opened like 30 tabs, but there's like 2 of them that just don't want under any circumstances to load.
Do they have videos or what?
I don't know. One of them, I know for sure it's an embed from X that's not loading. Like, you know, where you can see the text of it, but it's not like an actual embed yet, you know?
Yeah.
So it looks like that. But, let's see what this looks like. The previews here. Yep, I got 2 of them I can't see. Why are these 2 pages not loading? Because that damn X thing is just stuck and taking all the bandwidth. Oh, now you're not even. All right, well, we got 15 minutes. I'm sure they'll load in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Which system are you using tonight? The one that limits your data, or the one that's like unlimited?
don't know what you're talking about.
I thought you had two different Starlink or ways of connecting.
Oh, well, no, that's an option I can do. I haven't done it though.
What, the unlimited?
Yeah, I haven't moved to that yet. Right.
After Christmas.
Oh yeah, here's something interesting, man. Remember I think it was the last show we did before the break, and I tagged you. I don't know if you got the message or not, but essentially we were talking about how, violence has actually filled the malls. There's gang fights and shootings and all kinds of, well, three shot during Black Friday attack at shopping mall in gun-controlled California.
Yeah, in Stockton.
Yeah.
And it was like a kid's birthday party that they shot up.
How wonderful of them.
Which is brutal stuff. I mean, it's one thing you have like gang beef, but then to have gang beef with like, you're going to take it to the level of like your 8-year-old nephew's birthday party is going to get shot up. It's hardcore.
And the people that got shot were like bystanders. Like the people I guess they were shooting at didn't get shot. I don't know. That's the way I understood it. But either way, I mean, it's like completely insane. I mean, you should be safe at the mall. Come on, really? I mean, you're not though. That is exactly what we were saying though, is that you're not even safe at the mall anymore in these leftist hellscapes. You're not escape. If you're in a leftist hellscape, you're not safe really anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just funny. We say stuff like that, and probably to a lot of people it seems absurd, and then it happens again. And so we could cover it like the next week and say, hey, man, we're not making this stuff up. It's actually kind of regular now, I think. I mean, and there was that one deal. I don't remember what it was. We talked about it. It was the bizarre. Remember the one deal at the mall? I guess it was a shooting or firecrackers or something. And people said they saw some entities from another world or something like that.
That
remember
was
that?
In Florida. That was, wasn't that like a year or so ago?
Yeah,
that was a while
back. Come on.
Yeah, it was. No, it was a while back. That's what I'm saying. And it was bizarre. That was a wild story, man.
Yeah,
I don't think we
all know that was most likely due to like, them doing some sort of like event.
Staged.
Yeah, staged event. Yep. That's what
Yeah.
Nancy said too, because she lives down around that area.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it makes for a great story, dude. I mean,
She's like,
it was
oh,
for
you know
about
how close it is to NASA from there? Like, really? I was like laughing, like, it does not surprise me. Nothing surprises me.
Exactly. There was something sketchy about the whole thing. And then the thing I followed for a little while, I don't think it went anywhere. Supposedly there was a guy that was being interviewed by somebody that had been there and experienced it, and they were making it like he was like not showing his face because he didn't want the whoever these figures coming, because the police were covering it up, and I don't know if it could be staged too, I don't know, but it was interesting nonetheless. It was entertainment. As remember, like the dude for the Beam guy, he says, some of that stuff's just fun to watch. You may not believe it, but it's fun to watch.
Yep.
Just like people watch the one guy that he was just recently on the Sean Reynolds show. He's always doing conspiracies, and then he debunks the conspiracy if he thinks it's fake at the end of it, which most people stop after he does the conspiracy because they don't want it to be debunked, because they want to kind of believe the conspiracy. I can't think of his name, but he's the one with a fish talks like CS. The CS. What's your character that you do?
Saul?
What, my name. It is
Oh, the
Saul.
Y files.
Yeah, the Y files. That's it. Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
that show. A lot of people watch that show.
He's pretty good.
I like him. He is good.
He used to work, I guess, in the mainstream in the entertainment business. And it didn't work out for him or something. And then he just did his own thing. And eventually it just kind of clicked.
He looks like one of those guys that should have been on Blue's Clues for kids.
If you go back to my days.
He would have been the next brother or cousin or whatever.
Yeah. What about HR Puffin stuff, man? HR Puffin stuff. Come on, you can't say you never saw that growing up.
No, I've seen them all. Mm-hmm.
You used to watch the HR Puffin stuff before the bus would come in, and it would just finish up, and I'd have time to run to the to the bus line to get picked up just in time.
Why won't these two articles load at all? I'm trying so many weird things with this. It's so.
Sorry, CS. What were you saying?
Check.
Nothing.
We've got a few more minutes. Year is like blowing by so fast.
So there's this thing going around on X about whether or not people are kind of abandoning social media, and apparently a lot of people are leaving social media. I don't know. Is that true? Do you think that's happening?
No.
Or maybe just cutting back,
really,
cutting back their amount of time on social media.
Possibly. It just depends, like, who you're talking about. You know what I mean? I would think that the numbers and metrics for X and Facebook and whatnot are out there, and TikTok, and I highly doubt they're going down.
I can't imagine TikTok slowing down.
Yeah, right. Or in the aggregate, all of them, combined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody's kind of addicted to it. Or at least some people.
This is the damnedest thing. I've got literally 2 articles that I cannot load in any way, shape, or form. But I can go to the websites. I can pop around. I can open up like anything. I've tried copying the paste, closing the tab, and then opening a new tab. And that doesn't work. I really don't. It's weird. It's just damn weird, man. I can't imagine why this isn't working.
Did they take it down?
Well, it's 2 different articles. They might have.
Because that can happen.
I guess
if
it's
they
possible.
Take it down, but normally what they'll do is say it's blocked or it's no
404.
longer there.
You get Yeah, you get a 404 error.
Yeah. Oh, love those.
It doesn't just sit and spin like on the home page and not like load more than 2%. And just, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm still on my landing page, and it's got it sat there for 10 minutes on my landing page without loading a thing. I don't get it. I don't know what the hell. This is so weird. I've never seen this before.
Did you allow it to accept the cookies? Well, that's the only thing I can think of at this point. Are you using Brave browser?
I could really
Yeah,
use
like I'm just
tweet right now.
punching through. Yeah, like I go to any site and start opening tabs left and right, and they all load lightning fast. But these 2 pages, for whatever reason, just will not load no matter how I try to do it. It's the damnedest thing. I've really never seen this before.
Try this, dude. Just clap your hands, do the hokey pokey, and turn yourself about, and that'll fix it. I promise.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I know how to fix this. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way.
Give the link to Barry to share. And see if he can open it.
It's this.
Yeah,
I'm going to break the whole thing. Oh, I can't give you the link. It'd be very tricky for me to do that. It'd take a while. Google.
You can send it in.
Chrome.
You can put it in the chat, and I'll get it.
Yeah, but I'm on different devices. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Man, I was thinking about you when I got this microphone.
Okay.
They got this mic, dude, and it's like a $300 microphone, but they had it on sale for a Black Friday deal. It may still be on sale. I don't know. But it's called the Joya Pro something or another. And
weird.
It plugs directly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Plugs directly. Well, you don't have a USB on your tablet, do you?
Yeah. No, well, no, I don't. No.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah. Well, this mic will plug directly into your laptop or whatever, but it's also got some really cool features on it, like it'll record to an alternate track at a lower.
Okay. Weird. I fixed it. I just fixed it. You know what I did is I opened one of the tabs in Google Chrome.
Yep,
and it loaded instantly over there, and then I come back over here, and once it loaded on Chrome, it loaded back into Brave, no problem. And then the other 2 just loaded. As soon as I did that, the other 2 figured out what was going on, and they just loaded too. Weird.
There was some communication, man. Google and Brave, man, they're like alive. They're sentient.
Yeah. Well, they're both Chromium.
Yeah.
That's true. It's very, very insightful of you, man.
To mention that they're both built on the same backbone.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I know that's true, but I hadn't thought of that, you know. That's you, man. You know, you go where no one else goes, man.
Yeah. Well, my brain is different. I don't want to say better, but it's better.
It's wired for efficiency, man. It's wired for efficiency and quality and I don't know, something.
Okay, so what are we going to start with here? What do you want to start with? We got to switch rooms here in like 30 seconds, don't we?
Getting close.
You want to switch rooms?
Yeah, we're going to right now.
Okay, I'll hang up.
I'm going to use the same room, and let me get you right back. All right?
All right.
All right.
Yeah, very excellent.
All right. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 3rd, 2025. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry in the house. What's going on, Barry?
It's going, man. The holiday season, it is in full effect. I'm feeling it for the first time, man. It's been, 4 years. I didn't feel it at all during Biden's administration.
Yeah, you got your tree up.
I do, man. I got the lights on right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. I know you were saying over Thanksgiving you were looking forward to putting it up, so I assume you had. That's why I asked, because I hate to,
Yeah.
ask a question I don't know the answer to, as they say in law. But
Downside.
let's dive into some of what's going on in the world. We've got Donald Trump out today announcing that he expects the income tax to be abolished soon. Income tax gone. This would be amazing. If he gets this done, he becomes the best president of all time, period, hands down by a mile.
Yeah, for sure.
Could you imagine keeping everything you make, and then the only income tax you'd pay would be if you lived in, say, California or New York or, New York City or whatever? Oh, that would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like he's prepping the midterms, get that done right before the midterms almost ensures Republicans to win. He knows what he's doing.
Mm. Oh, yeah, that would be a huge, huge boon. I mean, who's going to vote against that? You start getting your paycheck and there's no federal income tax taken out of it. Granted, there'll still be Medicaid, Social Security, all that other stuff, right? FICA and your state taxes and whatnot. But the federal income tax, that's a big part of it. Poof, that's just gone. Let's go. It would put so much more money into people's pockets. 30% raise overnight for a lot of people. The higher bracket you're in, the bigger the raise you get.
Yeah.
And he might keep it around for fun for a few people, if you're making over, 10 million a year. Well, no. Like big money. Maybe over $1 million, over $2 million.
I'd like to see where he draws the line.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, I'm not against, but again, that's where it started out. That's where the income tax started out for people making big money, and in those days, it would nobody paid it but the very richest when it first came out. And it was very nominal. It wasn't very big. And then it just got bigger and bigger, and the threshold went down till it hit everybody. Now you got people living in poverty that feel it the most. They get that paycheck, they add up their hours they worked, and then they get that check, and it's like, ugh. Look how much is gone. Look how much I pay in taxes. And granted, maybe you get a big chunk of it back every January, but still, that's why pay it all and then just wait to get it back in January? You're giving a free loan to the government every year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, let's hear what he had to say here.
I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion.
Slashed $1 trillion. I don't know what he slashed that from. It certainly wasn't the deficit, And again, 37, 38 trillion in debt now. Wherever we are, the number seems to be going up faster than ever. That needs to come down first before we start doing all these stimulus and whatnot. We need to stop adding to the deficit. Once we're no longer adding to the deficit anymore, then we can start giving some handouts. You follow me?
I hear you. I think a lot of that is coming in though with the manufacturing and the tariffs and stuff. So we may be putting that deficit down a little bit more than what we think. I'm just saying.
Well, I just know the last trillion we added on took 5 months, and it was shockingly quick. It just boom, another trillion.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If we're adding another trillion every, I think it was 100 days during the Biden administration at the end of it there, the pace that he left, that's disgusting. It can't last. We've got to turn that around. But once we turn that around and we're not adding $3 trillion a year to the debt, I'm all for it. Then we've got a dividend coming. And other than that, I mean, you can't do it right before the midterms. You can't do it in an election year. You got to be really careful with how you do these things because they just look like payouts. And then Donald Trump would want his signature on every single check that goes out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to personally sign everyone. No auto pen for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing that's null and void now, right? Or I don't know if it's legally null and void, but he's declared it that way.
Oh, and stuff.
Yeah, like 92% of all the documents that he signed, the executive orders. He even said the pardons.
Well, yeah, especially the pardons. He was golfing in the Virgin Islands when all those pardons were signed. Biden was. So,
Wow.
Who's going to call him and ask him, hey, we're going to pardon these 1,000 people. Do you have a minute to sit down so we can go through them one by one?
Yeah, and the thing about these auto pins, I mean, they are used on rare occasion, but never really for anything serious. They're just for, maybe for signing something that's a letter thanking somebody. That's generally what it's used for. But also, if it's ever used for like any documents or executive orders, there has to be a signed additional piece of paper by the president authorizing that he did it. And that was not done. That's the legal procedure. I looked it up.
Interesting. I hadn't heard of that, but it doesn't surprise me that there'd be some sort of a safeguard against.
There has to be some.
Well, exactly what happened. His staff went rogue.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to allow that to be, have no checks and balances in place, with some auto pin, because a situation like Biden would happen. Coup, because basically it was even a coup against Biden because he wasn't doing anything. He wasn't running the show. He was a puppet.
But I don't think he cared so much, so it wasn't necessarily like an insurrection or what. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a coup.
Oh, he didn't care.
It was more of a, like I have at it, guys. I trust you guys. That's why I put you on the staff. So go do what you got to do and don't bother me.
Or he just says, let me vacation like 45% of the time and make sure I get plenty of ice cream, chocolate chip especially, and, do some of the things I really enjoy doing. And hey, whatever you want from me, I'm your guy.
Yeah, they just basically said, look, they were probably going up to him on a regular basis saying, hey, we want to auto pen this, this is what it's about, yada, yada. I don't care. I said, I don't care. You do what you got to do. I trust you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be bothered with this stuff. And Joe goes, yeah, you can't be bothering him with this every little thing. Like the, governing of the United States of America. It can't be, too in the weeds and the details of that,
Yeah, we can't have him leading the free world. I mean, come on, right? I mean, the president can't do that. I mean, the president should just be vacationing all the time, doing absolutely nothing.
And a rubber stamp, for whatever we want to do, just roll it right through. Anything serious has to go through Congress anyways, right?
Well, supposedly. That's the big
supposedly. We're seeing where that goes. So, we got into the no income tax, which I think is just a phenomenal. If that comes through, all bets are off.
It's a big one.
Democrats will never see the office again. And we didn't have it up until like 1913 or something. And we had roads, we had cops, we had the whole thing. We did it through sales taxes and just other ways. Tariffs were a big one. Going back to tariffs, going back to fines and whatnot that we can impose on other countries. That at the end of the day. Look, if it's cheaper to make things here in America than it is to import them from overseas, that's great for the economy. That's good for everybody. Mm-hmm. And if we're making money from the things that are imported like that, so be it. And then, there'll be sales taxes, I'm sure. But, there's that's a thing, though, right? If you go buy a Lamborghini, you pay a gigantic sales tax on it. Massive numbers, right? But I'm not going to necessarily buy a Lamborghini. And if you do, it's voluntary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So people will pay, the people that pay the insane amounts of sales taxes will be the ones that are just living very, very lavishly and don't care.
Right. They don't know what to do.
So
they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it all. What gets me, though? It's how the government can just spend money on the most ridiculous things and overpay. Things are not really ever getting done for we the people. And then they want to come in and say, things are tough. They, because they're spending too much, right, on foolishness, wars, unjust wars, unnecessary wars. And then they want to bring in austerity measures. They want us to pay for their mistakes. That's what gets me so ticked off.
Oh, yeah. And it's nothing new. We're not the first, country to have experienced this. This is nothing new. It's the oldest story in the book.
Absolutely.
That just governments aren't efficient at doing things. That's why socialism is such a joke. You know what I mean? Because central planning is such a bad idea. How can central planners, like bureaucrats in Washington, decide on the price of corn in Iowa? you know,
Hmm.
or how many, bushels are going to be produced, or where it's going to be shipped, how it's going to be processed, who gets it to turn it into, corn meal or whatever, It's central planning that destroys socialism. It's the free hand of the market that allows capitalism to succeed so well compared to socialism, because the free hand of the market is a million different people making a million decisions a day about what's in their own best interest to try to get through the day, make money, and be set up for a good place for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when you have central planners, again, they're just people in Washington pushing little piles of whatever around and saying, you go do this, you go do this, you go do this. And the people on the ground are probably looking up saying, why are we producing, widgets when everyone's demanding corkscrews right now? Well, central planners said that, the widgets are going to be coming back in vogue very soon. We need to have a stockpile. All right, what do I tell everyone that actually wants corkscrews?
Right.
And so they don't know. They don't know what's going on the ground, yet they're in charge of everything, which is how you break economies.
Yeah, and they're doled out so much money, that I guess they got to find something to spend it on, and so maybe that's how they come up with, oh yeah, let's find out, are shrimp bisexual or something? You know what I'm saying? Like who comes up with that idea?
Oh well, that's just grift. That's just pure stealing money.
For
right?
sure. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just theft at that level. You set up some tanks, put some fish in there, and put it in a nice looking room in case anyone wants to come by and inspect it, so to speak. You've got something to show them. But other than that, who cares?
And what scientist wants that job? I mean, I guess someone that likes money, but I can't imagine like a scientist is going to really be challenged with that particular study.
Yeah, right. Like you put them on a treadmill and whatever, feed them cocaine and see how they react to it.
Yes.
I mean, those are the ones that really get me, because I mean, those must be coveted. Whoever gets that just got a free pile of cocaine to work with over the next couple of months, right?
I mean,
I gave the fish 2 kilos of cocaine over the last week and a half. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the blowing of money. It doesn't serve anybody. I mean, it's not helping anything at all whatsoever. It's just like, I don't know, throwing money to the wind.
Well, it's throwing it out to your constituencies. You know what I mean? If the university's in your town and you send them a bunch of money for whatever foolish, they send you a laundry list of all kinds of anything they can think of, right? They have to, at the end of the day, dream up new studies because they just can't think of any more that get on their wish list. So you give it to them. You just approve the whole list. There you go. And that's probably in some way how some of those things get in there, because they were just pie in the sky to begin with. But the government said, okay, here's money.
There you go. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, and it piles up and it accumulates in, certain people's hands. I heard some lefty talking about how, the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, was, designed to put money into people's hands and not the billionaires and yada, yada, yada. And what did it do? It spent trillions and trillions of dollars on waste, fraud, and abuse, putting all that money into the hands of the very wealthy who know how to suck up that waste, fraud, and abuse, and made everything else, 8% inflation? We had $6, $7, $8 eggs, per carton or per dozen back then.
Mm-hmm.
And, the people, it didn't help anybody. It made it all so much worse. And that's what just government tends to do. The Affordable Care Act, right? What did it do? It made healthcare 5 times more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
If, you got a decent job and you're making money and you've got a so-so health insurance plan that you pay for out of pocket, and something really serious happens, you could be screwed. You could lose everything.
Yeah. Part of the whole corruption is just weaponizing every aspect of government so that, it lines their inner pockets with all kinds of cash and favor and benefits. And we get nothing, man. I mean, honestly, if it just continues on the trajectory that Biden was pushing it and the establishment was pushing us into, we would just become serfs. No one would
Yeah.
own a house. And that's why they were saying, hey, we're going to build these micro apartments, these, I don't know, 60-story micro apartments, and everybody's going to live in them. And I was reminded of that, the remake of the Judge Dredd, where they had all the micro apartments and they locked down. I mean, they could even lock the people down if they needed to, right? The government.
Mhm.
And that's the kind of stuff I foresee if things just continue down this, pathway of just stripping us of everything. And then eventually when we have nothing, they have to like completely crack down on us, in the most authoritarian way possible.
Yep, that's what they're trying to push on everybody, But people are waking up. They're starting to see that there was a conversation this week with some big Silicon Valley wife. She was on with
Yes.
Allie Stuckhouse or whatever from The Blaze. And she's out there on the porch talking about all this stuff and just saying, yeah, we were kind of sucked into it. We kind of like believed all this stuff, and then it just went to all these NGOs. We raised, billions of dollars, and these NGOs all suck it up, and it kind of disappears into nowhere. And then all of a sudden Klaus Schwab is, taking the reins of everything and trying to push through some, new world order, which doesn't include any freedoms or any of the good stuff you like out of a life,
Yeah, I think that was the woman that was the vice presidential candidate for RFK Jr., if I remember correctly. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but.
Yeah, I don't have the article in front of me, but I did watch that. And you're right. It was his running mate. And very articulate lady, went through, great explanations of it all and just really said, hey, we've been, hoodwinked.
Yeah. Well, she used to be married to one of the CEOs of Google or something like that. I think she even dated Elon Musk at one time. I mean, so she was kind of in that inner circle. That's why when I saw RFK Jr. pick her, I was like, I remember her. She's kind of an elitist. Why would he pick her? But then it turns out that she was an elitist, or she probably didn't see herself as one, but she was definitely in that circle. And then she kind of, like you said, came awake to it all. And now she's exposing it, having been inside of it.
And being RFK's running mate in live real time would have been quite the eye opener.
Oh, yeah.
All the dirt that was thrown at him, and I'm sure her to, wouldn't even say a lesser degree, probably even a greater degree, that just the minute you turn your back on, you just target number one, your enemy number one, and they will do anything to take you down. And she witnessed all that firsthand being turned on her personally. So it's going to wake you up.
Oh, correct. I agree.
Yeah. Sorry. My dog's in a wild mood tonight, man. She's just everywhere.
She's done a good job exposing a lot of different stuff, man. I mean, she's been really on the chemtrail thing pretty heavily and exposing that and bringing attention to that. She's had some pretty good interviews with different people concerning the geoengineering and the solar radiation management that obviously is being done. And so, and like you were saying a couple of weeks ago, that Wayne Allen Root was talking about it as well. So I think we're already at critical mass on that particular topic. It's just a matter of time before it's, stopped, and then it needs to be not only stopped, but it needs to be exposed. And then the people behind this criminal act need to go to jail for a very long time. I mean, what they've done is just extremely harmful, not only to people, but the planet as well.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Let's stay, I guess, on the Wayne Allen Root front. He just put out another editorial the other day talking about how we have to get rid of the filibuster like tomorrow, because the Democrats are all running on getting rid of the filibuster. They're going to do it. And they're going to pack the Supreme Court, which we could pass legislation preventing that. They are going to do all kinds of stuff. I mean, they have plans you wouldn't believe, folks, and they're going to do it all with 51 votes, making, trans in sports a thing forever. Trans kids are a real thing. Taxes raised, you name it. Look at the laundry list of things that they would put in place, and they're going to do it. And the one thing they're going to do as well is what we need to do the opposite of now, and we got to do this today, is election integrity. We need to demand in-person voting with ID, right?
Yep.
Make election day a holiday, and set these things up in such a way that they can handle everyone in the district coming through one building to sign, their name on something and dot a few boxes. Make it efficient so that people can come in and out and get it done. And there's not, 3-hour waits, 4-hour waits. Count them the same day, release those results the same day. We did it for centuries before we had all these electronics that were supposed to make it faster and better, right? What has all this modern technology done? It's destroyed election integrity because we don't even know for a week thereafter. And then they say, well, okay, in that week while they're counting, well, we're still going to count these that are still coming in. We can't, call it yet because we've got a lot of votes still coming in after election day, a week after election day. Yeah, there still might be more out there with the post, proper post date on it. No.
Never before in American history has, taken weeks, like 3 to 5 weeks to count votes. It's absurd. Of course that's shenanigans. Of course it is, and you keep seeing results and it's really, really close and the Republicans winning. But then at the last minute, in every single one of those cases, the Democrat somehow pulls it out after a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks of counting. It's totally absurd. And then they basically say you're nuts for, questioning it. Right. I mean, it's nuts to not look at the obvious. That's what's nuts.
I remember the 2020 election so well. It was going swimmingly for Trump. He's got the votes are coming in. It's looking good. Everything's fine. Then all of a sudden a pipe breaks in Georgia. And something else happened, I think in Minnesota or one of these other states. And suddenly, hey guys, we're going to stop counting for the night. For me, it was pretty late at night. I was tired, ready to go to bed anyway. And they say, we're going to stop counting. They're going to resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and, yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, all right, I can go to bed now. Looking good. And they're not going to start any shenanigans at least till tomorrow morning. Lo and behold, I should have stayed up. I should have put another pot of coffee on because the fireworks were just getting started. They did not stop counting. They continued counting. And they found every vote for Joe Biden miraculously all across the country in all the key swing states at precisely around the same time. And guess what? I woke up the next morning, went over to my TV, turned it on. Joe Biden is now, pretty much in the lead. He's the next president. Yeah. How did that happen overnight?
Well, you know what's interesting about that? Because I just, like yesterday, watched that video of, the next morning again. I saw that, watched it again. And it's been a long time since I've seen that. But what's interesting is Alex Jones was quoting what the fake news media pundits were saying. And they were saying that, look, things are going to look like it's going one way, before when you go to bed, but then maybe when you wake up, you're going to have a different result. So they were preconditioning people for what they had planned. You know what I'm saying? Not because they were having foresight, because they knew that the theft was underway. And then that's exactly what that clip said that I watched. And I was like, man, no wonder they want to take Alex Jones down so badly, because he's exposing stuff that they don't want him exposing. I mean, you can say whatever you want about him. He's wrong about this or wrong about that. Okay, whatever. He's also right about a lot of things. And the things that he does is deeply devastating to the deep state.
Yeah, he exposes them. I mean, say what you want about Sandy Hook, which was, 20-some years ago? Right. And, he retracted it thereafter, apologized, and, it should have been enough. But they, feign all this injury worth billions of dollars that he clearly, never will. Who's going to come up with $1 billion? I guess Elon could just be like, hey, let's just pay this off. Let's get you back going again.
He probably could, for sure.
Get you back in the game. But anyway, folks, we got to take a break. This is a Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break.
All right.
How's everybody doing out there?
Doing great, Jack. How are you doing?
Out there in TV land? Or whatever land. How are you guys doing? Listening to the show, man. Glad to have you here tonight.
It's video land.
On the interwebs.
Well, the interwebs. Anyway. No, really, seriously, man. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? I don't say that enough, so Hope you're having a good
Yeah.
evening and a good holiday season.
Thanks for listening.
As Hazard
We
FTW
appreciate-
in the Kick Chat. And Great Conspiracy in there as well, along with him restreaming us.
What's up, Great Conspiracy?
Oh,
I think he deserves an echo. What's up, Great Conspiracy? There you
That
go.
is trademark, by the way. You can't use that on your show. It's conspiracy.
Well, but he is restreaming us, so I think it's okay for that, right? So long
Yeah,
as he
oh, yeah.
doesn't
Well, it's single
do
use,
a
yeah.
replay, right?
Well, I think
Yeah, you can't.
there's a royalty that goes to John because he kind of came up with the Kia Stommer thing, and it's kind of that's sort of it all is birthed out of that.
You're way too generous, man.
Yeah.
You're way too generous giving conspiracies money away like that.
Yeah.
We gave him a shameless plug,
He
though,
said
right
single
there.
use.
you know?
Ha 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 ha.
I give you the rights to use that over and over and over again for any way that you would like to use it.
It was you in that
All
scenario.
right, thank you for the hype there, Great Conspiracy. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He likes it. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Dude,
Yeah, it's been windy today.
I saw Casey and the Sunshine Band. They're still performing. Did you know that?
Wouldn't surprise me, but I imagine like there's
He's-
maybe one person in the original band that's still part of that. You know,
I think Casey's he's still the singer. What's interesting about all these bands that have been around for a while, I don't know what it is with like rock stars and singers and stuff. Most of them, not all of them. There's a good percentage that don't, but a good amount of them do not take care of themselves at all. Man, they're like 300 pounds. I saw the lead singer for Loverboy singing, and he just looks like a well, dude. It's like,
30
come on, man.
seconds, fellas. 30 seconds.
You're not gonna
And
last
we're
on
burning
that
down the
stage.
house. Over on
Yeah,
the radio
right.
side.
I mean, just because you're a rock star, I mean, you got to have at least some looks to you, or you know, you're still repellent to women. You know.
Well, not only that, you can't even move around on the stage if you're 400 pounds. I mean, and
All
you're gonna
right,
pass.
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Sunday night edition. I'm sorry, Wednesday night edition. What am I thinking? For December 3rd, 2025. Yes, it is currently Wednesday. You agree with that, Barry?
I do.
You do. You concur?
I concur.
Okay, we're going with it then, folks. It is Wednesday today. And I had some tacos yesterday, so I should have remembered that. Now, did you get a look at this video out of Brazil of this crazy dude, nutcase, climbs up a like 20-foot high wall, he's in a zoo, by the way, in Brazil. And he gets on the fence that goes up, over the enclosure. And there's a tree kind of close enough to it. And he jumps out, grabs the tree, and then starts shimming down said tree into a lion enclosure.
Okay.
Have you seen this video? Okay. You haven't seen it.
No.
Yeah, he gets down. The lion immediately sees it and goes right over there, a lioness, and is sitting under the tree looking up going, who's this guy? And you can tell he's like an animal lover he from his history. But he looks down. You can see him looking down and kind of going, hey, kitty, 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 So the cat doesn't react much, so he kind of goes down a little further.
Time out. Does this have a bad ending? Does this have a bad ending? Because I get a feeling that it is. Okay.
Well, yeah, there's 3 parts to the story, the beginning, middle, and end, and we can, we're in the middle now, Barry.
I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to hear a bad ending, but I know. I want to hear it, though.
Well, yeah. All of a sudden, he gets a little lower, and the cat is able to kind of grab a hold of his like pants and pull him down.
Oh no.
And he drops to the ground. He's behind a wall at this point from the angle of the video. And you can't really see what's going on. He goes to the right a little bit, stands up. He's upright for about, 3 seconds, and then goes down again. And that's it. That's all we see of the guy. Yes, he died.
Yeah,
He
I
died.
could tell it wasn't going to end well, just based on what you were saying. That was not adding up, and yeah, he became lunch.
He's cat food now. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what's up with these people. Maybe they see these videos where, people have, tamed the lions and the tigers and the panthers and the jaguars and stuff. But usually that's like from a young age, right? They start them off and they're actually taking care of them. And so they're kind of seen like a mother or a father to the pet. So they don't harm them and they learn to understand the mannerisms so that they fit in as a part of the pack. And maybe they think, I can be friends with the animal too. And that happened to that guy. Remember that story? It was probably about 10, maybe even 10 or 15 years ago. The guy that lived out in the wilderness and he would get close to the bears.
Grizzlies.
Yeah.
In Alaska.
Yeah, and the grizzly got him, man, finally. The grizzly was hungry, or he was annoyed, and he just decided to take action.
Oh, you're not talking about Cocaine Bear, are you?
Anything.
Of that movie?
No. This is a dude who went up to Alaska, was, trying to become one with the bears. He filmed them all. And I mean, he put up footage of him like sitting right next to a bear. The bear comes up to him, sits down right next to him and just kind of hangs out there for a while. And so he was like, yeah, I'm kind of like getting in with the bears. They like me. And he would sleep right, in the next meadow over and out in the open, more or less. I mean, a little sleeping bag, it's just a Tootsie Roll to them.
And then he had the delusion. He was like, see, actually we could all be friends with the animals if we weren't hunting them and scaring them and taking away their land. And I'm like thinking, no, that's still a wild animal, bro. You can't trust that animal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've lived in bear country, and I know what it's like to come around a corner and like walk right up into one, like 2 feet away. It's like, holy crap, Fortunately, where I lived, they were more afraid of us by far than we were of them. So they would, if you ever encountered one, they would just bolt. They'd be gone like instantly, which was great.
So like black bears, and there's brown bears, and one is a little bit more prone to violence than the other. Like you were saying, the other bear most of the time they'll just run from you because they're scared of you.
Yeah, well, it depends where they live and what kind of environment and how, they see humans. I had a friend of mine that went to Yosemite and got like tracked down by brown bears over the course of like, 14-hour period until he could get out of there. Like he tried to go to bed one night and they just were on his stuff and his food was over there in a tree and all that. And he like had to abandon his food and just leave. Hoping that he could go like a mile down the trail, but they just kept following him until he literally, like, he had to hike all night and they were still following him. And finally, he just got kind of back to his car and said, screw it, I'll just leave the food in the container behind, like a little bear box you go camping with.
Yeah.
And but that happened to him. He was telling me it was a crazy story.
And the last thing you want is climb up a tree and think you're going to escape.
Yeah.
Because you can climb trees, dude.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's where they go when they're scared.
Exactly.
My dog used to tree bears on a regular basis. It was quite funny. I'd hear him barking like crazy, and I'd see him, and he'd be looking up a tree, and I'd look up that tree and be like, "Yep, he did it again. Come here." And it was hard to get him away from it too. It's a big dog.
Have you seen the videos on X and TikTok and YouTube where cats scare bigger wild animals? Like, it happens a lot. Like, I don't know what it is about
Sure,
that kind of spook out animals that could easily take out a cat, but they're freaked out by cats for some reason. Sort of like an elephant's house.
It's like, have you ever seen like some sort of a beetle or something that'll hiss at you?
Sure.
And you jump back, even though you weigh like you could step on it in a second, but you jump back like 5 feet because you're like, yeah,
Yeah. And then it releases that stench, that odor, and you're like, "Ooh, what's that, man?"
Yeah, it's like that though. I mean, you know, it's you just see something that isn't afraid of you and is hissing at you and just being super aggressive and like wants to eat you alive, and you know, you just like, I don't care how big it is, I'm not going to touch that thing. I had a run up with a raccoon once, you know, and it was when I first moved out west, and I mistakenly put some garbage out on my front, my deck, right? And you know, I'll pick it up in the morning, throw it away, but I'll just put it out there for now. And it attracted some raccoons, and I was like, "Oh wow, look how, you know, look at these guys, they're cute." And they kind of opened my door and popped my head out, and they just
Wow.
like that. And they went from being the cutest things ever to being like, "Oh crap, shut the door, get out of here, hide your daughters."
Yeah. You gotta bring hot dogs with you, and then they'll like you. So I've seen that video on YouTube.
Ooh.
The guy that brings out like 1,000 hot dogs, and he feeds like 30 of them every night. It's insane, dude. And then they get really feisty over the hot dogs too. Like they fight over them. It's almost like you're kind of, you know, riling up the hornet's nest, and they're wild too. But I guess maybe they become somewhat tame. I know some of them have actually made raccoons pets, and then the government has stepped in and tried to take them away as well after they're clearly pets.
Exactly. What, there was that case in New York City, what, maybe a year and some ago. Trying to remember the name. There was a squirrel and I think a raccoon that they just went in and euthanized, like poof.
Yeah.
But the squirrel was like, I don't know, 2 million followers.
As a pet, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, if it's a pet, it's a pet, you know. And if it has 2 million followers on YouTube, then you may not want to just go in and massacre the thing, you know.
I get the fact they don't care.
Well, that's 2 million people though that think you're like worse than Hitler at that point. You kind of are, to be
when it
frank.
comes
You
to
know?
animals, I mean, people are getting a little more upset about animals than humans, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you don't want to mess with and you know, the government did that under the Biden administration as well, if I remember correctly, with a bunch of hogs and different things, just slaughtering them. And there's never really any good reason for any of it. It's just all insanity to hurt the little guy because they really want to push the corporate farm. And then what did Bill Gates do during that time, during the shamdemic? He bought up a huge amount of farmland. They just want to gobble everything up, have everything corporatized, and then make the little guy never even exist. Thank God for Trump. Thank God that he's bringing back the small business. At least we have a chance. At least we have an opportunity now, you know. And I think he's going to work really hard for the farmers within the 4 years, the small farmer guy, because that's who they've been trying to put out of business forever, going after people for having raw organic milk and treating them like terrorists. That was the Biden administration. They're nuts, man. I mean, they are so oppressive. I don't see how any Democrat ever, I mean, they must not know what's really happening. That's the only reason, because I see it on X all the time, how great Biden was and still is. They still think they'll make posts about how sharp he is and how, you know, out of his mind, Trump is healthy and dying and stuff.
I saw some comparisons this weekend, you know.
Oh,
Trump sitting in the clubhouse after he just played 18 holes, you know, looking flush, looking tired. But then, you know, a picture of Joe Biden in a clearly staged photograph, you know, with a professional photographer in his jacket and, you know, his sunglasses. Yeah, like the whole 9 yards. And it's like, look how much more vibrant he looks. And you're like, dude, the guy just played 18 holes of golf. I would be a mess after that. I mean, I love golf, but 9 holes is kind of my thing, you know? 18 holes is just too much. It's too long. It's too much sun. It's too much everything, you know?
Well,
by the time I'm like 15 holes in, I'm...
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, especially if it's hot, right? If it's hot, you get tired.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're walking, it's even worse.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, it's just... it gets to be a drag, you know. 9 holes is always fine, though. I've never had a problem with 9 holes. But 18, you start getting into like, yeah, I'm ready to call it.
dude, I played 36 holes of putt-putt all the time, man. It's not a big deal.
There you go, yeah. I played 18 holes of disc golf.
That's kind of rigorous as well.
Disc golf, yeah, but the holes are a lot shorter, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, it's rigorous. It's fun though. It's a really relaxing game. It's a lot of fun. And it gets you out into some really cool, you know, parks and, you know, forested areas and whatnot that are all kind of, sculptured to be a disc golf course. It's, honestly, for free, it's a really good way to spend an afternoon.
I agree, man.
I say free. You need at least like 3 discs. You need a driver, a mid-range, and a putter. And you can get those at any used sports goods store for like probably $2 a piece.
And that's something you can do without having to be with anybody else. You can just go play by yourself. If you, pickleball's free as well. Tennis is free, but you pretty much got to have a partner. Got to have at least one other person.
Well, you got to have a court too,
Well, there's plenty of courts. At least where I'm at. I don't know about where you're at, but.
I know of one, and it's private, but there might be others. I don't know. But yeah, it's good to get out there and have hobbies, and like you say, it's a good way to meet people. If you're going out and play pickleball, you're going to pick up a group, and suddenly you're all having a good time together, and you met some new friends.
Mm-hmm. I'm all about the pickleball, man. I play it every week. Every Thursday. This Thursday we're not having it, but we'll be back next Thursday, and I'll be hammering it away, man. I love it, dude. It's so addictive. It's so fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're on a little bit of a theme here, the zoo theme. Let's dive into Zootopia. Zootopia 2 is the new Disney movie, from the Disney Grooming Syndicate. But it wasn't a woke film. It was just a funny, good film. It debuted to $556 million over the first weekend gross.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Even domestically, $156 million, but $500 million in the first weekend. Cha-ching. Disney could be kicking those out every single month. 1 or 2 a month all year long. They could be kicking those out $500 million every week, weekend, and just another $1 trillion over the course of the life of the film,
Yeah.
Just sick money. But they're not.
Well, they chose activism over a business model. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're activists now. Just like every fake news reporter is just an activist for a bunch of establishment, devastating, demoralizing agendas.
Exactly. Now, everyone has been throwing out all these excuses. And Barry, we talk about this a lot on the show. How like this movie flopped. It was just a woke fail, but they're blaming it on, whatever. Sydney Sweeney, her latest movie. She's a lesbian boxer.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it. Did you see it?
No, but I know that she got a lot of criticism because she's not gay and she's straight, and they think she's a racist white supremacist. So that was not even though she's not those things. That's what the left accused her of. And yet the actress that she portrays, who is lesbian, loves Sydney. Sydney Sweeney, is that her name? Yeah, loves her and loved her portrayal of herself. So yeah, I mean that's kind of a plus.
But I mean, what was the target market there for that movie? It was the left, right? The gay community, maybe. So it was miscast, first of all, because all the people that really want to see Sydney Sweeney being super hot, and there wasn't that in it. It's not part of that plot at all.
I've seen the trailer. She looks like she did a good job with the role. Like it was very believable.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's probably, I'll watch it someday and be like, that was actually a decent movie. But it just, all I'm saying, I guess, is it was sort of a waste. Why would you use her in something like that? There's no sex today in films. There's no hot, lead that, gives that. It's just, you suddenly, when you're supposed to get that, back in the day, they had the formula at, the 14-minute mark, you want to insert, someone getting out of the shower half naked. Now it's let's insert 2 dudes making out at that point. And people don't want to see it. They don't want to get lectured. They don't want to, they just don't want to get lectured when you go to a movie. You want to go into it and relax. And they could have been doing that the whole time. We
should clarify. I mean, anybody that's straight, like completely straight, like you don't have any desires towards, the
super
same.
Straight.
Yeah, and you
super
see
straight.
That you find it gross and repulsive, and that's not anything against gay people. That's just how we feel as straight people. It seems unnatural to us. We don't want to see it because it's not homophobic. it's just how we feel, you know. You guys can do whatever you want to do. Nobody's stopping you, but you can't expect us to go, oh, we love that too, when we don't love that too. But that's the thing with a lot of gay people. I've heard them say it over and over again, dozens and dozens and dozens of them saying, really, the truth is everybody's gay. And women especially, all women are bisexual. No, that is false. And they come out with these false polls to supposedly back those kind of ridiculous and outrageous claims out. It's just not true, folks.
Mm-hmm. And I like how you said that before. It's just kind of gross. You know, I see that and I go, oh, you know, I just don't want to look at that. Right. And OK, so gays have to watch straight people kiss in films all the time. So how is it so hard for us to get? Well, it just is. Put it that way. It just is. It's unnatural and it's gross. I don't want to see it. And, you know, if there's some of it, I can put up with it. But if there's too much of it and all of a sudden it becomes the central plot is these two are going to have butt sex. I mean, I know what my butt does, folks, after a big Thanksgiving dinner. It is not a sexual organ.
Oh my.
Just, I'll put it at that. I'll leave it at that and we'll move on. But yeah, it's not pretty. No one wants to.
We can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. What do you say? Let's get out of Hollywood. See, that's what talking about Hollywood does to you, right?
Hollywood.
You start going down. You start going down their path.
I know, it's weird, man. Hollywood. The cult of Hollywood.
Let's go to Keir Starmer's.
Keir Starmer.
The Free Speech Union warns that the United Kingdom, and I'm reading from Breitbart here, by the way, risk losing a check on governmental powers and arbitrary justice in the biggest assault on liberties in 800 years. If the government is able to push ahead this week with plans said to be looking at abolishing the right to a trial by a jury in all but the most serious cases, defendants face considerable jail time and the chance of having their guilt assessed by a judge instead of their peers. Okay. There's a giant backlog of cases in England, and that's why they want to do this. Put most of them in front of a judge. We don't need to, sequester a jury for all of these cases, except for the most serious ones, right? But a lot of these are not serious ones. They're free speech issues, and juries are much more willing to go along with the defense on a free speech issue because they understand, they relate. It's 12 people, and you get 12 people in a room and two of them are going to be like, what are you guys talking about, man? It's free speech. It's just freedom of speech. Let them go. And after a while, they're going to convince everyone else, or it's just going to be a hung jury. You're never going to get that full conviction though, right? All 12 of them.
Yeah.
So this is a huge 800 years of tradition being thrown out the window here to get rid of these free speech laws. Well, to get rid of jury trials for all but the most serious of crimes. And in a time when England is arresting 30 people a day for Twitter posts or, social media posts.
Now. Over 10,000.
Yeah. That's insane. So none of those people will get a jury. And if they do get juries and jury after jury after jury just start saying, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, it kind of kills their whole plan, doesn't it?
Well, it's kind of hard to believe that someone's hateful comment is now criminal. I mean, we're human beings, man. We say stupid stuff, and that's not a crime, dude. It may be a mistake. It may be wrong to do it. And a lot of the times it's not even hate speech, not even hateful speech, I should say, because there is no such thing as hate speech. Mm-hmm. It's really only free speech or no free speech. But I mean, what? I mean, are you going to start arresting a 7-year-old for saying something hateful to, some boy or girl in school? I mean, this is like Demolition in that movie, where everything is just being micromanaged and controlled by the government. And then it gives them the perfect excuse to pretty much label anything as hateful that is contrary to their agenda. It's like the perfect tool to tyranny, Let's just call it as it is, the perfect tool to tyranny, man. And it's outrageous. And I'm seeing now that a lot of people that are in Britain are leaving. They're moving out. There was that one girl from Germany. She had to leave. She's trying to get, I don't know if she got asylum or not. She was just recently on the Alex Jones show on InfoWars. and she's from Germany, and she's, being given death threats simply for, voicing her opinion, which they deem as hate speech, which I don't know exactly all that she said, but I'm pretty sure it's not hateful stuff. It's more just truthful stuff, And so she's trying to get asylum here in the United States. She might already be here. I don't know. But people are going to leave these places, man. Who's going to want to live in a place where you can go to jail just for saying something? That's ridiculous, man. It's outrageous.
Mm-hmm. And I like your analogy of the little kids. So mom, Sally called me a poopy head, and he's crying his eyes out. He called me a poopy head. Well, was there an offended person? Because, this threshold over there is, does your speech offend someone or cause someone pain? Well, that kid's bawling his eyes out because he was called a poopy head. He's, grabbing his mommy, crying. Sally called me a poopy head. So it meets the whole threshold of modern, modern law in the UK that you can't call someone a poopy head.
Yeah.
Right? It's.
But they can call somebody that's not a Nazi if they're a conservative, right?
Uh-huh.
So, I mean,
Sure.
it's total double standard. It's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with hateful speech. It has to do with corralling people that just don't go along with what they are trying to achieve, which is tyranny. They want total tyranny, man. These people, the globalists that are in control in these nations, all they want is total tyranny. They want to burn it all down so they can usher in their great reset. And they are making great headway in certain areas because the globalists are using their foothold strategy, as I've talked about. Everybody knows it. Anybody can see it. They even are doing it here in America as well. In fact, I just saw at one school in some leftist hellscape where the guy that's in charge of some department or something with the kids, and he's reading to the kids about a book about how they might be, a different gender or be no gender at all. And it's a book that they're giving to kids from kindergarten to 5th grade that they're reading to. That is not what school is about, man. That is child abuse, straight up child abuse.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It's and they call it censorship if you try to, take it out or push back against it.
Exactly.
Where it's not censorship. It's just, this is wrong. You can go to Barnes and Noble and buy the thing. It's not, banned or anything.
Well, it's indoctrination. That's all it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing more than
don't
LGBTQ plus indoctrination, and to get children to question, who are very vulnerable at that age, who and what. And if that's not demonic and evil, I don't know what is.
Yeah, exactly. It's, children are so impressionable, and to try to influence them with things that just, you're beautiful in the body you have. Everyone needs to understand that. God put you in this body. It's yours, man. Embrace it. Love it.
Yeah.
Don't,
it goes
be so.
It's too. Remember, I think it was in Germany as well. I mean, I need to look this up because this is like really important to show how far they'll go if they're allowed to go. There was in these like preschool and kindergarten classrooms where they were having tents where boys could explore each other, boys and boys, girls. Yeah. Yeah. And it was just like, what is this, man? You're going to let these kids go and touch each other and explore. That is sick, man. Yeah.
Dude, that's really bad. I had never heard of that. Oh my God. They're doing that in Germany?
I don't remember what it was, but I think it was Germany. I mean, like I said, I need to re-look it up again. I just remember reading the story and thinking of how absurd it was and how evil. And of course, the parents were extremely upset, man, beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Of course.
Livid. Yeah. We got to go to break, but please, let's get some sources on that and come back on the next segment with a follow-up on that, because that is vile. If that happened, wow, we need to really talk about that. But anyway, folks, this is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We got to go to break. We'll be right back with hour 2 right after this.
All right, we are on radio break. Yeah.
That was you got work done. It's not funny, but it was.
I'm like, oh no. I'm like, no. I'm like,
what?
Yeah, and then and then you're like, yeah, look up Barry better get in there and start looking up those, those links. for that, so that
Yeah,
when
yeah.
we come back, we have something to fire.
Yeah.
Put some more fuel on
yeah,
the
that
fire.
sounds
'Cause
crazy.
Fire tonight.
I want to hear about that.
Yeah,
I mean, if that's going on, yeah.
Yeah, and Mushi's playing right now for you.
Well,
Moochie?
remember I told you about the
yeah.
fecal burgers, and you guys didn't believe me about the fecal. Remember remember we were laughing so hard.
No.
That-
Don't get
and you're like,
sidetracked,
"That's
Barry.
true, that's
Focus.
true."
Focus, Barry. Links.
Let's see.
So he can come back. Focus, Barry. Damn it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Producer. You're keeping them on track.
Yeah, I got to keep. Oh my God! I thought he had a Willie moment there for a minute. I'm like, oh God, no. The last thing I wanted to hear at the end of that segment was flat Earth. Everybody's enjoying it from what I'm gathering, and so appreciate each and every one of you out there. Thank you for keeping up in my chat and doing shout outs there. Great Conspiracy, appreciate you. I'll be over in your chat here in a little while. I'm like, and we will most likely host over to you when the stream ends. As always, since you always take and are there for us, I like to always extend that out to you for that.
So I got to do a product shout out.
Sure,
I just used the last of this today. Hot Chinese style mustard. You know that mustard you get when when you go to a Chinese restaurant and you put it in your egg roll?
Yeah.
That is just the bomb. Just buy that stuff and use it on a daily basis, man. It's not for just when you have egg rolls. It's great on everything.
Yeah, but make sure you don't have ulcers or acid reflux. If you do, please take your medicine
really
a couple
spicy.
hours before that if you enjoy spicy food.
Yeah, it's really spicy, but man, is it good. And it it's like wasabi or something, it's horseradishy.
I like wasabi.
Like the heat comes from that,
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like if you take a big bite of it and then inhale deeply, through your nose, you're probably gonna freak out and lose it. But you just have to, you have to manage how you eat it.
Yeah, it's not like the ghost pepper challenge, all right? This goes well with food, according to Censorship Sucks. And if
you can take
his word for it, all right? So, not that I will, because, I don't do spicy foods.
I can do like a, the thing they give you in with sushi, the wasabi little green pile of the really hot stuff. I can put that on my tongue and you just put it up on the roof of your mouth and kind of dissolve it, and it's totally manageable.
Yeah, no, I love that.
You can eat the whole thing in one bite, and it's completely manageable.
I love wasabi.
You just can't inhale.
Yeah, but I think the
if
reason why I like wasabi though is because I like horseradish. All right, do you like horseradish?
Love horseradish.
Yeah,
love it.
It's excellent on roast beef. I think that's how I like to eat it.
How much more time do we have? I'm going to turn you guys down so I can read this information.
We're going to switch rooms here in a second.
Yeah. Well, we're going to come right back to the same one since we're all here, and we don't have to take and always flip.
It's probably going to end on us in I think we're going to get dumped here in 4 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. Yep. Let me.
So I'm just going to hang up now.
Let me go ahead and hang up now, and I'll get you back on the next one. All right. Stay tuned because we have hour 2 of Censorship Sucks coming up. We are in break right now, and that's how we can do all these nice little switch over and changeovers. They don't hear that and don't get to see all the work that I do behind the scenes. That's fine because, they don't need to know what I do. But you, my friends out there in radio, on Video Land, whatever platform you are watching us on, get to hear and see all that great banter. Welcome back. Yeah, and Barry, when he opened up this link, he lost all his other links, so we don't know what those references were that he was talking about before. So. Barry, are you there?
Okay, yeah, I got some information, dude.
Okay.
Are you with me, John?
Yep.
Here's what it says. It took a while to get AI to fess up and tell me the truth.
Fess
but
up, yeah, AI. There you go.
I said, hey, man, this is Bullhorn Barry, man. Don't BS me, man. I know you know the truth, so give it to me. Anyway, here it says, while no major legally verified case in the last decade has resulted in criminal convictions or official admissions of a school systematically instructing kids to go into tents for bodily exploration, multiple credible parental accounts and whistleblower reports, especially from Europe, do describe the scenarios that closely match what you remember. One of the most cited, though never conclusively proven in court, of course, because they just blow it off, man, because they're all left.
Just read that on the air when we come back on.
Okay. Well, listen, but
Yeah.
You want to hear this part, though. Classrooms with small enclosed quiet tents or fabric cubbies. Teachers telling children they could go in together to talk and learn about their bodies.
Oh, God.
Explore each other, man. So, I mean, a tent all by
That little tent in the room, in the classroom in the back there, and two boys are dunking each other. It's vile.
No.
Beyond vile.
No.
Listen to this, dude. This is going to fire you up. Children return home.
That's not my idea of pitching a tent, all right?
What is that? That's a common phrase. What is that? It's a tent. Okay.
It's when you get an erection.
I thought so. Okay. Anyway, so it says children returning home saying things like, they told their parents, we looked at each other in the tent. Or the teacher said, it's okay to see if we're the same boy and girl. That's not. That is some sick. No parental consent was given for such activities. When parents complained,
Of course not.
they were awful told it was normal, scientific, or part of inclusion policy.
Yeah, no parent's ever going to give consent for that.
No.
Well, that's why they never asked for it. They just tell you it's mandatory.
Yeah.
With a lot of things. I don't know if it was mandatory. I think they were just encouraged to go into the tents. I don't think they were told you must go in the tent and look at each other and see if you're the same. I explore each other. That was what I heard. They were, oh God, man. These people, people are lost, dude. And I don't think these people are like misled, like they think they're doing something good. I think these people are evil because that's just like straight up sick, man. You got to be. And we've seen some of these teachers. Come on, man. We've seen the videos on TikTok and X of these teachers that are completely out of their mind.
Oh, so many. That would do something like that. So many of them seem like they would be more than willing to do something like that,
100%, dude. I just.
For science. For science,
For something. For their weird, perversion.
Yeah, they can go stick their head in there and see what's going on. Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm going to give you the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 3rd, 2025. I can't believe it's already December, Barry.
I know. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la.
It came out of nowhere, man. Snap your fingers and it's 2026.
I want that Christmas tree up in your van, man. I want it up there by the end of
Okay. All right.
It's one of those little
I'll get something going for you.
Yeah, a little 3-foot one, with some lights on it.
You know what I might do is I'll buy a pine-scented air freshener and hang up in my rear room mirror, just for you.
As long as you put an ornament on it.
I'll put some maybe some LEDs on it.
Okay. All right.
All right. But anyway, you had a bit of a back and forth with Grok over the break to actually get him to fess up and spit out an actual answer to what you were asking him with relation to the story we were talking about before the break. So I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I hate to put people in shock like that and not back it up. So anyway, there was actually more than one story. There's actually many instances of that, and that's what's kind of scary about the whole thing. Here's what Quinn AI said after I, got it to finally fess up and tell the truth. While no major legally verified case in the last decade has resulted in criminal convictions or official admissions of a school systematically instructing kids to go into tents for bodily exploration, multiple credible parental accounts and whistleblower reports, especially from Europe, do describe scenarios that closely match what you remember. One of the most cited, though never conclusively proven in court, comes from the 2021 to 2022 in parts of Sweden and the Netherlands, where alternative media and concerned parent networks reported that classrooms equipped with small, enclosed, quiet tents, as I was talking about, or fabric cubbies, teachers were telling the children they could go in together to talk or learn about their bodies. Children that were returning home to their parents were saying things to their parents like, "We looked at each other in the tent." Or the teacher said, "It's okay to see if we're the same, same gender." No parental consent was ever given for such activities. And when parents complained, they were often told it was normal, scientific, or part of inclusion policy. So this is the madness where it all leads if we don't stand up and fight against the tyranny and the evil that is being brought to this planet like never before.
Part of inclusive, what? How is it like teaching to be inclusive to put two little kids in a tent and tell them to get naked and look at each other? Or God knows what else,
I know. It's shocking, man. I mean, it's just beyond, it's beyond belief.
No school would ever. I mean, you'd think you'd go to jail for a long, long time for doing that. And does the teacher pop their head in at will and just, "Hey, how's it going in here? You guys looking at each other naked? Okay, good. Looks like you're doing a good job."
Yeah, as she brings her phone over there and videotaping it, and God knows where that's being uploaded.
Exactly. Let's take a quick picture. Why don't you both look at me and smile? Face me fully. Thank you. Okay. Yikes. Just,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how the parents don't go to parent-teacher, conferences ready to just start, breaking things at that point. How angry are you when you go into that school and talk to that teacher and say, "This is happening. Why are you doing this? You see the little tent in the back of the room?
Yeah.
Is that the tent? Oh yeah, that's normal. Science. It's inclusive.
It's biology. It's hands-on biology, man. We're trying to get them while they're young. Remember that came out in the mainstream media when we had all those transgender children, like 8, 9, and 10 years old, that were performing in nightclubs and 18 and over bars and so forth. And they were like, "Oh, it's great, man. We got to get them while they're young." They said. I'm like, "You people don't even know what you're saying. You guys are promoting insanity and evil." I mean, that was a really rough period, man. Let's just be honest, man. If you go back and you think about the 4 years that we suffered under Biden, it was a nightmare. And just imagine if Kamala had won, she would have taken that nightmare and multiplied it by 10.
Mm-hmm. Remember the topless transvestites in the White House Rose Garden or wherever?
Yes. Who could forget that?
Yeah. Taking photos of their mangled chests out in front of...
It was during the holiday season, wasn't it?
I want to say it was summertime because it was, they were getting naked out there. So, it wasn't December, right?
Well, remember the time that, at least what it looked like to me, I'm just being honest, what I saw, and maybe I missaw it, but what I saw was Joe Biden copping a feel of Eva Longoria's breast as he, hugged her. And I mean,
little side cup.
It was so obvious, man. And I think she was kind of startled by it. But, if Trump had done that, it would have been the end of the world. But since it was Biden, it was okay.
Yeah. Anyway, let's dive back into some stories. And I'm sorry, I got to go with one more animal story. Okay. I'm doing it tonight, man. It's the holidays. Let's have some fun.
But is it a good one or a bad one? I mean, because
it's a good one.
Okay,
well, I think it's a good one. Some people might say it's bad, but I think this raccoon had a hell of a good night.
Okay.
He broke into a Virginia liquor store and trashed the place, and then passed out next to the toilet in the bathroom.
Okay. All by himself?
Yeah. He got in there and they're saying, everyone's playing it like, he got wasted. He drank all the booze, knocked over a bunch of bottles. They cracked open. He licked it up off the floor and basically did a bunch of damage to this place. And then there's a photo of him right here lying next to the toilet, just passed out there. And, they said they came in there and he was, like you could go over and pick him up. And normally you can't just go over and pick up a raccoon,
And it was a real picture, not like a fake meme or something.
Oh, no, it's real. Here, I'll play a little clip from the local news channel down there, ABC Liquor Store. I'm trying to credit this local news station is all I've got. It's Channel 10, and that. It
happened Saturday in Ashland, and according to social media posts by Hanover County Animal Protection and Shelter, a raccoon broke into the store the night of Black Friday and ransacked several shelves. They have masks, don't they? The animal became intoxicated and passed out in the bathroom. A sleeping raccoon was discovered Saturday morning.
Head right near the toilet. We've all been there probably at some point in our lives, right?
A little too much.
An officer brought the masked bandit back to the county animal shelter to recover. So, yes, that's a lot of liqueur for a little raccoon there. The raccoon slept it off for a few hours and showed no signs of injury. Bounced back. Officers released the raccoon back into the wild.
So that's Channel 10 in Ashland, Virginia, by the way. But there you go, Barry. Happy ending, right?
I think I know what happened. I think him and Miss Raccoon got into a fight, and he thought, man, I'm just going to hit the bar tonight. I can't deal with this anymore.
It's funny if he, sets the pattern and other raccoons start figuring out they can do this.
Yeah, he goes back to all the raccoons. Hey, man, there's a free bar down the street.
Yeah, follow me, man. You get through this window here. Just find a way in there. Trust me, it's worth it. And yes, they start ransacking local liquor stores, and it's just he starts a trend here because once the animals figure out something, it's sort of like they teach it to others, and they all figure it out, and eventually, after a few generations, it's just ingrained.
Yeah. Well, doesn't that happen? That's like certain animals, if once they learn a particular trait, the same animal, say maybe 1,000 miles away, picks it up, even though they may not have ever experienced the trait, it just automatically somehow is picked up. Have you heard about that?
I don't want to say I've heard about that per se, but there are amazing things like that do happen in the animal kingdom,
Yeah, I just vaguely remember something about that, but there is some truth to what I'm saying, that they can pick up something and then it automatically, every other, species that's of that species has the same experience, and then they make they alter themselves to make the adjustment or what have you. It's kind of weird, man. Which I guess it shows that, how everybody and things are all connected together in some way.
Mm-hmm. One real quick. Let me try something here. Hey, Grok, is what Barry's saying true?
Oh, that was
no.
Quinn AI.
He is full of crap.
I don't think
What?
Grok is actually that honest. Quinn AI is out of China, and so it says I don't mind telling you the truth.
Now hold on. I think that's part of string theory.
Oh, you mean about the animal thing that I was talking about?
Yeah, the behavior thing. That's part of string theory, They probably they probably picked it up.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's I mean, we live on an amazing planet. That's why I just don't understand why people think they're going to the moon or going to Mars. I saw some short film on YouTube the other day about they were mocking, you know, people going to the moon to live there. Which is because it's ridiculous, man. They were all excited about it, but about what? What's so exciting about being on a dead planet out in space? You know, I mean, it doesn't sound exciting to me.
Yeah. I remember watching these videos of people like applying to be part of space, you know, the program to go to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And half of them were like really famous video bloggers who spend their life going from country to country to country, like documenting everything they see and do and, you know, traveling. And they want to go to Mars and sit in a little box, no bigger than like a coffin for probably the better part of 6 months.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that does not sound like an adventure. I mean, sure, you come home and you're like, boom, I've been to Mars. But once you're there, if you're used to traveling around the world and being outside and every day, and you know, you're gonna go crazy up there.
Well, it's my understanding that as of right now, it's a one-way trip. So if you
Oh,
go,
wow.
I don't think you're coming back. But you know, what are you going to blog up there about? It's another day of rock and nothingness and blackness in the space.
Yeah, you can document your slow, you know, decline into insanity.
Oh, that would be interesting. Sure. I don't know.
You know?
That'd be hard to bear, but you know.
Yeah, like
definitely.
Jack Nicklaus in The Shining. You know.
Oh yeah. I mean, you just feel like, you know, you're in this alien place that's like, it's a dead planet. There's nothing happening. There's nothing going on. I mean, maybe you're able to build some sort of a shelter where you can provide for food and stuff, but it would be not a whole lot different than being on the spaceship, because you'd be very limited to movement and what you could do and things that I mean, there's no mall, there's no tennis courts. I don't think you can play tennis because of the atmosphere.
I'm sure there's going to be a way to exercise, you know, but yeah, it's going to be a monotonous, boring life. But hey, you know, you're a pioneer as well. On the other hand, you are like the pioneer. Your names will go on plaques forever. Every school and, you know, on Mars for 1,000 million years will be named after you.
It's somebody wanting to have their 15 minutes of fame for sure. I mean, that's a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but you're famous for a reason that you gave up so much. You gave up your whole life to make this happen. You know, they'll talk about how hard it was and how, you know, just brutal. Like, it's like being on the Mayflower, you know?
Okay, man. You know, I feel for them. You know, I mean, it's no future life. You know, I mean, they're not even going to be able to receive the glory that they might get. You know, like all the publicity that they're going to get. Yeah. I don't think that message is going to get to them on Mars. Maybe it does. I don't know. Can we communicate that far away?
Yeah, it only takes 3 minutes.
All of a sudden,
it's only a 3 minute.
All of a sudden, you find out.
It's only a 3 minute transmission between Mars and here.
Well, how do we know that? Because it's never happened before, has it? Or, I mean, have we made any kind of communications? Maybe one of the crafts that have landed on
you know,
Mars?
we send rover signals all the time, so we know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what do you mean by signal? Are we talking just like an SOS, or are we talking a video?
No. When it goes up there, it takes videos. It sends all that information back to to Space Command or whatever, you know, on Earth. And so, yeah, no, they know exactly how long it takes to send messages back and forth. It's like, hey, stop going this way and turn right. Okay, 3 minutes later, we know it's going to stop going that way and turn right, and then send us the video back, you know, for the last 3 minutes and yada, yada, right?
I would be interested to find out the science behind that, because I don't know of any technology that allows you to wirelessly communicate with people that far. But what do I know?
Well, sure, they did it with, with the moon, no problem. They do it with satellites all day long. Or, you know,
a lot of people are going to say
only a fraction of the way up, but
a lot of people are going to say we never went to the moon.
Anyway, imagine being up there, and all of a sudden you find out Elon Musk passed away for whatever reason, right? And all of a sudden your funding starts going down. And instead of getting one shipment of stuff every month, you're getting 2 a year or 1 a year eventually, right? Like all of a sudden you're up there on this one-way trip and Earth stops caring anymore. Yeah, we did that. You know what I mean? So you're down to what? Are they going to bring you all back? Well, we'd like to come home. Hey, we we've changed our mind. It kind of sucks up here. Can we come home, please? Or send us more supplies? It'd be a scary scenario, is what I'm saying. I get, you know.
Well, more power to them, I guess. I'm not going to stop them from wanting to go or going, but I think it's crazy. That's just my.
Anyway, let's say Senator Bernie Moreno is introducing legislation to end dual citizenship in the U.S. altogether, requiring any American with foreign citizenship to choose one. And this, of course, the easier one to pass is that anyone in federal government needs to be, a citizen of the United States. You can't have dual citizenship. You can't be in Congress or any of that crap with dual citizenship. But this guy wants to do it for the entire country. If you're going to be in America, you have to be an American. No more dual citizenship. Barry, what do you think of that?
Oh, man. It sounds like one of those arguments that is being used to try to divide MAGA. I mean, I really don't give a lot of thought to it. I understand both sides of the argument that, of course, for some people that might be a bad thing. For other people, it may not be a bad thing. You have dual citizenship with other countries as well. I honestly, I think the one of the worst things that's happening right now is the division within MAGA. We see with MTG now, supposedly, and I'm not sure that it really is all that it looks like. It could be something totally different because we know how Trump plays some weird moves from time to time, but maybe she really is having a problem with Trump and maybe she really is leaving and maybe she really is mad and I don't know. But anyway, there's a lot of division right now and we need to be united because if we're not united, man, the Democrats win. And all the things we've been talking about in the first hour and a half, man, that's what awaits us in force. And so we cannot be divided over little trivial things. We can still agree to disagree on things like Israel is going to be one of those hot topics where people are going to have all kinds of different views on. Mine's kind of totally not far left or far right. It's somewhere in between. I like Israel. I want to support Israel. I don't want to support them when they're doing bad, just like I wouldn't support my kid if he was beating up somebody in class. I wouldn't go, good job, son. So if Israel's doing bad, I don't want to support that. That's just common sense. And the best way to support somebody is to, discipline them and say, no, that's wrong when they're doing wrong. So I do support Israel, but some people support Israel no matter what, and I don't agree with that as well. So I'm kind of, trying to take a more common sense approach than a lot of people.
It's a lot more than Israel, though. I mean, there's so many people in this country that have dual citizenships with, I don't know, name any European country, right? Name the Russia, China, heck. When you come to America and you legally immigrate to America, you rescind your old citizenship 100% and you take a loyalty oath to the United States of America. Right? So anyone who wants to become a citizen, that's required. And yet we have a lot of citizens here in the U.S. that have a dual citizenship with other countries. I kind of like this one. You're American, be American. Don't be half American. If you're half American, pick one.
If it passed, I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Let's just put it that way. I mean, but I don't really weigh in on this kind of stuff because I just see it as being something that's just really divisive. And it seems like we have bigger issues. And number one is MAGA staying united so that we can win in the midterms and then win again in 2028. Because the last thing we want to happen is for the Democrats to ever take back over again, or it's the end of America as we've known it.
Well, MAGA is very much united. The media would like us to think it's not because of Candace Owens.
Right.
But the reality is Trump has the highest support from the GOP at this point in his presidency compared to any other president in the last 10 years, 20 years.
It's like 90+%, right? It was an insane
I think it was 87. 87's the number that was in my head, and like 78 were Obama's numbers say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Biden.
Even CNN admitted that. They did a whole piece on it, that his base is stronger than ever. So if you think that, his base is suffering, that is false. No, you're right. You're correct. The mainstream media wants to make an issue like MAGA's fracturing, it's fragmenting. No, not really. I mean, and let's be honest, Nick Fuentes was never MAGA to begin with. He was a rogue individual doing his own thing. He's a shock jock.
The gay Mexican. But anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. We'll be right back with more of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after this.
All right, we are on radio break. Yeah,
Radio.
I like that punctuality.
yeah.
I mean, I saw it flip to
only thing
25
I
the
have,
second. I said,
the only thing that I see that would be a problem with rescinding any kind of dual citizenship is every Native American that's registered as a Native American is considered a dual citizen.
that's totally different, though.
But it would have to be clarified and shown.
Yeah. It would exclude, like
'Cause you couldn't-
indigenous tribes and whatnot. That's easy to exclude.
Why would
that.
you do that? But
No, if you're
but-
part of the Navajo Nation, you're still an American all day long.
but I get it because that would also exclude a lot of liberals because Native Americans usually vote liberal. Depending on how
Yeah, but
how
I would
you look at
never.
things.
I mean, I couldn't imagine that law would ever apply to Native Americans who live on, nations inside the U.S. Like Oklahoma has a huge one, right?
Right. You got the Creek, the Cherokee, the Sioux. All of them are. Anybody
Yeah.
had family on the Trail of Tears.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine any scenario where that would ever apply to them.
But you just never know how someone would look at it.
Well, that would be a poison pill. You know what I mean? Somebody who injects something like that and say, Native Americans are not exempt. That would be the poison pill to try to kill the whole bill.
Yep.
Blue,
Hey,
why are you whining out there? What
we got-
What
we
is it?
30 minutes left of the show, man, and it's over
Man,
for
it's
tonight.
going so quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's been much quicker than I can remember. Dude, it's just flown
all of
by.
them go so fast anymore. I'm like, wow. Especially after the break. And I'll tell you this. I really needed that break. And I'm kind of looking forward to the next one. But, I might get
Yep.
bored in between and say, hey, guys, you want to do something in between? I mean, because 2
Mhm.
weeks is a long
And the next
time.
one, he said, like, the 14th. Yeah, I mean, the 14th to, like, the, 3rd or 5th or whatever of January. That's a long time.
Yeah, it is. No, the
Well,
17th. The 17th, it would be the 14th for
Last
Sunday
Wednesday?
is your
Okay.
last Sunday show of the year.
Really?
And the 17th is so we got like another 2 weeks, and then we're gonna be out of here for the year.
Yeah.
And
Vacation time, baby.
Yeah,
Yep,
and
yep.
if you guys want to put together like a Warmapalooza or a Christmas special, contact me in between, and start prepping that stuff soon. Because it'll be on us in no time, and I do mean no time.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Blue, what is it? What are you doing? She's like looking at a dog across the way or something, and she's like, just sitting outside really quietly, just kind of crying a little bit, like.
It probably
I
wants
think
to maybe explore a little bit. That's probably not the word I should use after what we just talked about.
Oh, she does, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, she'd love it if I let her off her leash for a while, yeah.
Yeah. She's probably just hearing some things and like, I want to go investigate.
Well, I let her off last night when we had a bonfire, and so I let her off, let her run around. We sat in the bonfire. I never even saw her the whole time we were hanging out at the fire.
30
and then
seconds, guys.
All of a sudden, a couple hours later, I hear her, yelp a couple times at my car, and I'm like, all right, run over, let her in.
I think that's what we're planning to do here for New Year's. We're going to do a bonfire out back, which will be nice.
Don't catch your house on fire like last time. Yeah.
Shh! Enough of that. 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 3rd, 2025. Barry, man, we were just talking during the break. We are going to be, live for the first half of this month, but after the 17th of December, we're going to be on break until the beginning of January, man. That's a long time. We're going to have to come up with something in the middle there to create some, content for release during the holidays, right? We got to meet up and do that.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll do like a special that we can make either timeless or very sensitive that just is fun. We just have fun. It can be an hour, whatever. We just have fun. We'll get the whole, crew involved and set aside some time. And man, it's the holidays. I love doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, holidays, man. You know me.
Yeah.
It's my most favorite time of the year.
There's a song. You should write a song.
I know. Somebody should for sure. That's a definitely good one-liner.
Most wonderful time of the year. That's it's a song ready to go. But I don't know.
Resonates.
Maybe it's on the tip of my tongue.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. The designer behind Jaguar's rebrand, right, has been fired.
Oh yeah, that guy. I remember that. That was about a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, about a year ago, Jaguar decided to rebrand, and they came up with a new Jaguar logo and just went over the top with the weird pink and purple and crazy outfits and tight, like, short shorts and, body hugging pants and stuff that just screamed like bisexual.
That men typically and generally don't wear.
Yeah, that no one who ever would buy a Jaguar would wear this. Unless you're like a rock star or some hip hop dude or whatever, you know what I mean? Or some crazy like artist who makes, $1 million a painting. Right? But that's not their audience. Their audience is the, doctors, attorneys, going to the country club to play a round of golf at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday because they can, because they've just got that much money. And even while they're on the golf course, they're probably going to bill somebody, 10 grand for the afternoon.
If I remember correctly, it kind of reminded me of the whole Hollywood vibe, and the whole Hollywood vibe is so like loathed right now because they're so disconnected, and they have no idea what a normal person's life is like, and so we just look at them and go, please don't push that on us. We don't like that, man. We don't care about that anymore. That's the old way of thinking.
And these might be liberal people who, still play golf and go to the country club and whatnot, but they vote Democrat. And, at the end of the day, though, that brand just is not screaming bisexual, 20-year-old confused kid. It's screaming like established old men who are judges and doctors and lawyers, right? Who just drive a Jaguar because you can, because you don't care if it breaks down. You'll get an Uber Elite there in 10 minutes after you break down, and they'll tow it from there, and it won't cost you a dime because it's all under warranty.
Yeah. Well, when you have someone woke that takes over, then you get this insane just disconnect with the average person.
But do you know what this did to their sales?
They plummeted, obviously, because it's just that's not their market. And it's like we were saying earlier, these are people shows activism over a business model. That's not thinking like a person trying to make your business money.
Barry, there's you've heard the term decimated. Their sales were decimated, right?
Right.
To decimate some things means to take away 10%. Right? So if you send an army of 100,000 people out to battle and 10,000 die, you come back with 90, that you were decimated, literally. Right? Their sales went down 98%.
That's beyond decimated.
That's
literally destroyed. But look what we've been saying. You go woke, you go broke, man. People want to buy a product because it appeals to them, not because they're being pushed some agenda that, most people can't relate to because that's not who they are. But they're literally trying to force this on everybody. And everybody, they say, you must embrace it. You must love it. You must appreciate it. You must see the bravery that's behind it. And it's just like, no, I don't see that. Just you know, if they had a gay person in there, it wouldn't bother me. But it's just like the whole thing is just over the top flamboyant, over the top pushing agenda. I mean, it's not like it's normal in any shape, fashion, form, or way. It's over the top bizarro land.
Yeah. But I don't know. The whole reason I really wanted to bring this up is that 98%, decrease in sales. And, that's devastating. You just destroyed the entire company, Jaguar brand, completely.
How do they possibly come from that? I mean, 98% destroyed. I mean, you have 2% of your company sales left. How do you bounce back from that? I mean, even if they do all the right things, isn't it too late at this point?
Mm-hmm. You just need to do an advertising campaign that, like, you have like a James Bond, like Roger Moore James Bond, one of the real ones, come out and just like, shoot one of these people, right? Like, I don't know. Like, you just have them like karate chop them in the face and just say, no, we're not going that route. This is a Jaguar, for Christ's sake, right? Some Super Bowl ad like that just said, no, we are completely 1,000% done with this. We understand our market now. Sorry about that. It's the idiots in marketing that did this, not the people who actually make the cars. Right?
Have you noticed that with the left and their activism and their agenda, it's never anything that is even remotely grounded in just like in a moderate fashion. There's no moderation. It's over the top bizarro land. And they have to know that by doing that, that's going to cause people to go, whoa, no, I don't think so. Right. But maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to get us to like fight with each other, to infight. And so they go over the top for a reason. It's strategic. I think it is.
Yeah. It's they try to see how far they can push things into bizarro land. And with this, I mean, they took a major swing at the fence with a classic British Empire Jaguar. And they flailed miserably. They're never going to come back from that. It's Jaguar will never make that. No other car company will make that mistake in a million years.
If I'm
at Austin Martin,
doesn't it make you wonder where the funds are coming from, though? If they do come back, like if somehow they survive after 98% plus in sales, somebody's going to be funding them. In other words, someone's going to be rewarding them for pushing that agenda. Because I think there's a lot more going on than just a company going, I think I'm going to try the woke thing. Oh, no, there's pressure being given on those companies.
But look, like if I run Austin Martin's marketing right now, right? Austin Martin's beautiful English cars. And somebody comes to me from some marketing agency and says, this is what we want to do to your brand. And it's the Jaguar treatment. I mean, I can't run them out of my office fast enough, right?
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to collapse.
It's kind of a win. Kind of a win, right? At the end of the day, this is just it's a lesson learned for any automaker, any like brand that in any way, shape, or form has a male audience that is mature, wealthy, and don't do this. Don't do this. It's not who you are.
I really don't. I mean, look, Disney does it over and over again. Then they go, oh, we're not gonna do that anymore. Then they do. And so I think what's happening, and we know this to some degree because of the USAID stuff that was exposed, right? We know that a lot of these people are being propped up by funds outside of what they're actually generating. And I've been saying that way before USAID even came into place, because I was like, why would they risk losing it all? They got to be getting some extra money somewhere else, man. Somebody's propping them up. And that's the thing. The Democrats have had so much money. I mean, look at how much money Kamala spent for her presidency. Think about it, dude.
Yeah,
she spent
$1 billion too.
Way more than what Trump spent.
And the DNC to this day is dead broke. I mean, they are in trouble. They just borrowed $15 million, and the RNC has like $100 million in the bank, ready to go. The DNC is looking at a deficit, and they still owe money to pay back for how much he recklessly spent. Unbelievable that you can go through $1.2 billion in like 100 days.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if she didn't put some of that in little puddles and pools and ponds off in the distance somewhere that she's going to go scoop up later? She's a moron.
Yeah, I mean, and part of what they do is just stupidity. Like the very fact that they keep bringing in, these singers from the Illuminati music business or the Hollyweirdos.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that all that does is just make them seem less favorable to Democrats and Republicans alike. I mean, bringing on a Holly weirdo as a spokesperson or speaking out for the cause always works against them. So, because they're over. Hollyweird is over, man. It's done. It's finished. It's all but collapsed. And it's coming down now at free fall speed. I mean, every now and then they make a movie like what you're talking about that's not woke, and it does really well. So they know what works and what doesn't work. And I don't even think they're concerned about the money at this point. I think they're so, for whatever reason, consumed the agenda.
Disney is the greatest example you can think of. I mean, why would you push all this junk when you can put out a Zootopia 2 and make $500 million in a weekend? You know what I mean? It's they could be doing that every single month. They could be doing that twice a month if they just got the formula down and started busting out those movies, and everybody just had to go see the new Disney movie every time it comes out, and they come out every damn week. You know what I mean? But money, money, money. Now your parks are packed and overbrimming, and you can charge whatever you want. But they don't do that. They go woke and you go broke. And why like you say, why do they keep doing it, man? It's because there's powers that be in Davos, that are telling them what to do. In Brussels, that are saying, hey, do this, push it, make it more gay. And, I'm trying to think what Cartman said in that one episode.
Right.
Yeah, add more lesbians. Make it more gay and add more lesbians.
Well, the Democrats have the machine. That's who's back them, and the right has we the people, and there's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
But I think in the end, we the people win because there's more of us, man, and our voice is going to resonate much louder than theirs because we're speaking truth, they're speaking insanity. So at some point in time, that whole mass formation psychosis that the Democrats and so many others are suffering from will eventually be broke, and their eyes will be open, and the scales will fall from their eyes.
Yeah. And it's starting again. I love going to Europe because Europe is sort of they're 10 years ahead of us with most of these trends and wokeness and whatnot.
Yep.
And Germany is just, we talked about an article last week or so where the majority of the actual cities in Germany are close to, they're running deficits, and many are on the verge of bankruptcy. But they're running massive deficits and there's no end in sight. And at the same time, they've been shutting down all their nuclear plants and putting up renewable energy all over the place, which is not reliable. It's not stable. It's not, we saw the entire, country of Spain fall out of all energy because of a few days of overcast with no wind, Now Germany is saying that they've had their fourth consecutive year of contraction in their economy.
Sure.
It is really starting to get to the point where business leaders are stressing big time that they are grim about the future of their industries.
Yep. Well,
I mean, they're really starting to talk about it. We can't keep going like this, even with all the cheap labor you're importing to us.
And all that stuff leads to the rolling blackouts where, people have their energy turned on and turned off. And then it comes to a point where, a good percentage, 30, 40, maybe even 50% of the people can't even afford their bills, their electric bills, their gas bills, or whatever bills that they have just to keep their home going and so forth. And then that creates more civil unrest, and then that creates chaos on the streets, which is exactly what I've been saying over and over and over again. And I think you agree with me, is that's what they're trying to do. The chaos, burn it all down, then usher in a dystopian, tyrannical, great reset, liberal world order, call it what you will. But that is how you get that to happen. You got to they're creating the problem. And the proof of that is Donald John Trump, who's actually going to show everybody how easy it is to make a country flourish, even after Biden almost completely tanked it to the ground.
And it's crazy because they'll say, hey, we've got massive shortages of energy and all these things, and let's just import more people to fix the problem. You know,
every
I could see
is a bad solution.
during the collapse.
Worse.
If the collapse you're talking about happens, Barry, the first thing they're going to do is put out a mad call for help. We need as many people here as possible. Germany needs you. Please come help us get out of this rut. You know, and they will just rubber stamp anybody that shows up at the border. Come on in, you're German now. Have at it. Welcome to the country.
Right. And
You know?
every move they make is a decision and a move that actually makes things worse and go into even a worse downward spiral. And look, man, this is their agenda. This is how they work. You know, it's like Klaus Schwab said, man. We're coming into the angrier world. Well, that's what they want, is the angrier world. The ones that are making it happen with their green scam, all of their, what was the austerity measures that they're talking about, that they create the problems to have to make those things happen.
Yep. And they're doing it. They do it. It's working. Look what's going to happen in New York over the next few years. I mean, just look. It's funny. We talk about so many things that are about to go down, and that's one of them, man. New York is in trouble over the next 4 years with Mad Manny, or Mamdouki, or whatever you want to call him. The guy is going to put the city into bankruptcy. Mark my words.
Yeah, unless
he gets
maybe the
a free
Democrats
reign.
Them and say, hey, no, we're not going to completely collapse the city. They may stop it just prior to that. Like you were saying, Kathy Hochul said, we're not going to allow, free buses and stuff. So they may stop him from doing some of the things he wants to do. It probably work better for MAGA in America at the end if they just do whatever he wants, because it will just show their true colors and they'll completely collapse. And then maybe they'll come to their senses and begin to reason.
And it'll push the divide between, the left, where you got the Democrat socialists versus the Democrats, who aren't socialists but are still willing to support, the push towards socialism. Right? They're all pushing towards socialism, but at what speed? Do you want to just declare it tomorrow, or become DSA, or do you want to wait and still call us Democrats?
Yeah.
The party of the KKK.
Either slow and easy or
Democrats.
Speed. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's one or the other. Definitely, but they're all going that direction now. It's just a matter of how quickly do they want to do it.
Yeah, and some of them are ready to go. I mean, Mad Manny, the dude is ready to. He's done. He's way past go. He's the friggin' mayor of New York City, right? The mayor of New York City is an open socialist. Called for, or at least supported, the global intifada. Globalize the intifada. The intifadas are a series of attacks that have happened over Israel through the years. We're in the latest intifada right now. And they want to globalize it. They want more of that. More endless wars.
Well, if we're in one
intifada
now,
is
the
war.
third intifada. The first two were violent, and one was more violent than the other. So whenever anybody's calling for intifada, they are calling for violence, because that's what every intifada has been. It's been violent.
Yeah,
they're not calling for a peaceful revolution.
Mm-hmm. The guy who shot the National Guard, right, last week, that's intifada right there. He screamed Allahu Akbar before he did it. Sure. That is what globalizing the intifada looks like. And you know what? A lot of people cheered that on. Just like they did with Charlie Kirk and every other vile thing the left does. There's a lot of people out there who cheered that on.
Sure. Every few weeks or a month, whenever I get a good forecast, I always put it out on social media. And one of the ones that just hit me hard, man, after, just thinking about it for a long time and trying to put my finger on the pulse of what's coming for Christmas. And the first thing that came to my mind was, are radical Islamicists about to crash Christmas in leftist hellscapes? And I wrote a whole post about how, because first of all, they believe that Christmas is haram, right? Like McDonald's is haram. We got to close it down. Sharia's got to rule. And so I am expecting in these leftist hellscapes for, some type of protest, which could be violent. They're going to try to disturb every Christmas, gathering and holiday because it's haram. It's evil to them, right? And we see this in other countries. It's been in the news just the last few days where, they're going in and crushing entire, mobs coming in and trying to shut down Christmas parades and festivities and things and shouting and screaming. Nothing violent yet, but disrupting. And I predicted that before that even happened. And I'm telling you, that's coming to America. You're going to see Islamists trying to crash Christmas, man. And it'll be done, hopefully not violently, but it's going to turn violent in some of these places, man, because some of these people are, they're not all there.
Yeah. And, you got to remember there's something like 10, 20% of the Islamic religion is radicalized. That means it is mostly a very peaceful and accepting, religion that it's just the 10% that are out there willing to do things that are insane. And then, even then, when you look at the population, it's like 50% would say, yeah, 80% maybe even would say we would prefer Sharia law here because that is the law of their religion. Their religion and the laws of the land are kind of intermingled. They're one and the same, as the Quran tells you what you can and can't do for, certain, but it's the radical ones that make the difference. Now you look at Germany and, have you seen the Christmas markets there where they put actual World War II tank stoppers? They look like a big, triangular kind of cement block that's about 8 feet high.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
They're putting these in front of they were meant to stop tanks during the World War II. But they actually picked them up with forklifts and dragged them over to the entrance to the Christmas market to, as an economical way to stop anyone from driving in there. And trust me, you're not going through these things, right?
Right.
In another city, they're taking the pylons to stop cars from going through, but there's a train track there. And the train has to come through. So every 15 minutes, they have to go pick these things up, pull them out of the way, let the train go through, and then put them back.
Right. Wow.
Right.
Just to
keep
there's order.
Yeah, you got at least 2 employees that are dead all day long sitting there so that every 15 minutes they can go pick something up, pull it back out of the way, and then put it back. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Insane the money they're spending. Now, you go to Poland, and there's none of that. Lithuania, you go to these other countries, and there's none of that. They don't have that concern. Right? There's no barriers, there's no nothing. It's just a bunch of people who love each other out there, and they're not worried at all. So it's going to be, like you say, it's going to be very interesting watching the Christmas markets this year. I guarantee.
That's not going to go.
As you're saying.
In these leftist hellscapes where a lot of these radicals have congregated, I'm just hoping and praying that no churches are burned because I think that's on some of their minds, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and you saw in Chicago, there was a big shooting when they lit the Christmas tree. And that was repeated all over the place during Christmas tree lightings. People come down there and just start running amok. And
well, you had the one guy, I believe he was a Muslim guy, obviously a radical. And of course, the media tried to say it was accidental or whatever, but just plowed through all the Christians, that were celebrating Christmas. Man, just plowed through them, a bunch of them. I don't know how many it killed, but
that was a few years ago.
Yeah, it injured 70 people or something.
Well, that wasn't a guy who did that. That was a truck that did that.
Well, that's what they say, right? It was a truck all by itself. Yeah. Nobody driving it, right?
Yeah. The truck drove through the people. It wasn't, no one was driving it. It was just the truck that decided to do that.
Yeah.
From all the news I can remember.
It's exactly. I mean, that's how insane they are. They really think we're stupid and that's not exposing them. There was an article that came out from Fox and it had somebody that had, who was considered armed and dangerous and something had happened. I don't know, but they put out a picture of the guy and they were describing the person. And this is coming from Fox, right? Which is supposedly Republican. Mm-hmm. And it was a black man that had done that. You could clearly see it's a black man. And it says the person was a dark, white-skinned individual. So now a black person isn't a black person, but a dark, white-skinned person. I mean, it's insane, dude. What is wrong with these people?
Yeah. Barry, where can people find you on social media?
Find me on X, Bullhorn Barry, man.
Bullhorn Barry on X. You're also Freedom Fighter Victor over at Minds.com. You can find me on Minds.com over at CENSORSHIPSUCKS. And that is where I post all the articles, everything that I bring up on the show, it comes from that. And so you can see the links there and find out exactly where I get my information from. Folks, thanks so much for listening. This has been the Censorship Sucks Radio Show. We got to go. We will see you on Sunday night.
Kia-sama!
Great show, guys. Great show.
Awesome.
Nancy's going to be out, and I need some help later on. If you guys can come in for her show, it'll start about 9 o'clock Eastern time, which is about 2 hours from now. Well, an hour
If you
from now.
bring me in, it's 50-50.
Yeah. How about you, Barry?
I've got to go run some errands for a friend, and then after that, I got to get to bed early because
He just got a 65-inch television. He ain't going nothing. He going to set that thing up and put it in Star Wars.
It's a 2-hour show. Come on. You can come in on the second half if you have to.
If I can, I can, but I'm going out of town tomorrow, so I got to get up early for that, and I don't really want to stay up late. And I got to get things done before I leave, too, so.
All right.
And I got to run some errands for my neighbor.
If you can come in, come in. I don't want to leave her slot open and do a rerun. That's why I'm asking. All right. So
if I could,
I will catch up with you guys later. I got to connect up with Jack right now. So take care, and I'm going to talk to him too.
See ya.
All right. Bye.
All right, brother.
Thanks, Barry.
Yeah. Interesting show.
All right. That was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and I'm getting set up right now for Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Sneeze. Got the sneezes. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So far, so good. That's all,
Right.
So, do you think you can fill in a little bit for Nancy tonight?
Yeah, I told her I could do the first hour for her.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right.
I'll have to run to the, take a little break in between shows for 5 minutes, but
that's fine. We'll get it going. We'll make it happen. How are things going on your home front? You were sick the last time. You sound a lot better.
I was so sick. I got the flu really bad, man, it was down for 7-8 days really. So, see if I can get this camera sit.
There's been something going around, that's for sure. Nancy's got something, and then last week I had like migraines like crazy. I had a couple of them, and it's not normal that I get them, but I've been getting them more and more as I get older. I don't know. I didn't have this many since I was a kid. I think I got more when I was a kid.
Right. Yeah. It's funny. I don't get sick that often, but when I do get sick, it is really sick. Mm-hmm. So, but I'm also filming on the side here a little, this show just for an update for my YouTube crew, because I haven't done that in a really long time. So I'm doing that on my phone while we're talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then, So we're live on your stream too?
Not live. I'm just doing a recording. So for all of you out there in my YouTube land, hello. This is going to be your big update I haven't done in a long time, and this is pre-show for my radio show, and I'm talking to my producer Mark. And so that's the chatter that you hear, and getting ready to go live, and going to be doing a major update on cryptos and cryptids tonight. Awesome. A Bigfoot and silver special. So pretty interesting stuff coming out of David Paulides on Weaponized with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Confirming what I wrote in my book, Bigfoot Unleashed, so many years ago. And, I think it's hilarious that David's well aware of my work, never mentions it ever. But all of his theories now are everything that I wrote about way back then. It's amazing to me. But,
yeah.
But we're going to be talking about that and how and why. Okay. And how and why my unified field theory of paranormal activity is apparently confirmed now and true. And we're going to talk about all that evidence.
All right, and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us, buzzing around again, is 3i Atlas. It's coming back around for another look. I have speculated on social media lately that they are playing an in-flight film for the aliens, and that film is the 1980s hit starring Jeff Goldblum titled Earth Girls Are Easy. Pucker up, ladies. So that's what you have in store. 3i Atlas is full of aliens that have been watching a film called Earth Girls Are Easy. So get ready for some crazy nights out, I suppose. But seriously, the Webbot and the Cyber Prophecies, they've made a major hit with the 3i Atlas because 3i Atlas did in fact do what the Webbot Prophecy said that they would do, and that is change the world's conversations to aliens and the idea that there's an outside force there, and the possible repercussions of what that might be like had that been a mothership that just pulled up and parked off of Manhattan or something like that, and who knows, it may still. But we've got an interesting show tonight. We'll be covering cryptids and cryptos. So, talking about cryptocurrencies because that's where the Cyber Prophecies and the Webbot have led us in. It's a fascinating new world that's going to be part of the Cyber Prophecy coming out of the Webbot of Sci-Fi Emerges. So that's a message it's relayed for a very long time now that during this time period, which is the upswing of the Kali Yuga, you're going to see a golden age in humanity of technology. And the Webbot describes that with a simple term that it tends to spit out a lot. Sci-fi emerges. It's something that has come up quite often in the prophecies. So the Cyber Prophecies really have had a lot of hits lately. So we're going to be talking about all of this, of course, is coinciding together. It's all congealing into one big whole. The long-awaited documentary Age of Disclosure is out by Dan Farah, and it's really, it is disclosure. I don't know what else people could possibly want. I mean, honestly, I don't understand what they could possibly want if the film Age of Disclosure does not convince you that the UFO phenomenon is real and is the utmost important thing to the United States government and other governments around the world, then nothing will convince you. 34 government officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is in the documentary for a very, very long period of time. I'm not sure how many minutes he was in that documentary, but it was a lot, and it's enough to tell you that at the highest echelons of the U.S. government, this is the #1 priority, and there's a good reason for that, which is revealed by intelligence luminaries in the documentary and by 34 government officials, all on film, talking about it. If you've not seen it, it's on Amazon Prime. It's it'll be the best money you've spent all year. That's all I can say. And it features prominently really into what we're talking about tonight, which is it's interesting. We're going to talk about the age of disclosure, but we're also going to talk about a interview that was done by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp with David Paulides of Missing 411 fame, and what that implies and how that relates to and proves, really beyond a shadow of a doubt, to anybody who's been following me and my theories below these many years, that the unified field theory of paranormal activity, which I predicted in my book Paranormal Planet, has been verified and confirmed now by actual scientists involved at Skinwalker Ranch and with the Pentagon's ongoing UFO program. The webbot Sci-Fi Emerges is all related to this because Sci-Fi emerges because of released alien technology, and we're going to get into a lot of what that technology is. Amazing stuff. They say in the age of disclosure, and they have the actual scientists in the film that are studying the phenomenon right now for the U.S. government. They don't have the legacy program scientist, but they acknowledge that the legacy program exists and that they're trying to basically blow the legacy program wide open. The fact that they talk about the legacy program so much in the age of disclosure, the fact that it has so many government and intelligence officials in it, the fact that there was a viewing just for the U.S. Congress of this film. It's all over but the crying, guys. And ontological shock is almost assured at this stage. It will be coming at some point. So, and if you don't know what ontological shock is, listen to any of my last shows. That's the shock that comes along with an implosion of a species' belief systems. So you're going to see that implode and all of what that implies, because lots of dominoes begin to fall in all kinds of different directions when that happens. Is the technology breakthroughs enough and the Kali Yuga swing of the Kali Yuga on the upswing that we're in enough to kind of keep us propped up and not fall into another dark age? We'll just have to see what the materium holds, right? But for those who don't know what the Kali Yuga is, that's an extremely long periodic planetary cycle that takes place. It's known in Vedic astrology and has been for eons of time, so far back that cannot be traced where the knowledge came from, and we believe it came from a non-human intelligence. However, what it does is it predicts dark ages and golden ages, and it's been dead on really all through history. And what that describes is a planetary motion taking place where you have the Earth over here and you have galactic center over here, and there's a cloud of debris blocking us from galactic center. This cycle takes us up above that debris and down below it. Each time that happens, you receive rays from galactic center. These rays affect biological life on this planet and all planets. This is how the universe works. All galaxies have this mechanism within them. We just happen to be on a planet that is in a disadvantageous place, given that we are blocked periodically by this debris field, right? Well, when these rays bombard the Earth, it affects biological evolution on a huge scale, including the human species. And this is the source of golden ages of the past. Humans get smarter, they live longer, they have huge technological breakthroughs, and you have extremely advanced, civilizations pop up all over the planet. At least you have in the golden ages of the, ancient Earth's past. But, and this is what we're facing again. So you have this period of time when you're in that ascending part of the Kali Yuga. We have popped up out of that cloud, but at the same time, the cycle shows that that's a period of a lot of turbulence. Lots and lots of turbulence takes place in our materium, in our event stream when that happens. But we're also going to discuss the fact that David Paulides' interview with Corbell and Knapp coincides perfectly with recent testimony coming out of a Dr. Jack Lacasic, who was one of the scientists of the Legacy program. So we do have testimony coming out of the Legacy program in the form of 2 books now published on Amazon by Dr. Jack Lacasic, and his testimony, because he had been to Skinwalker Ranch and had personally experienced the paranormal ongoings on Skinwalker Ranch, along with having been a scientist who was studying the literal nuts and bolts craft associated with that same paranormal phenomenon. See, that's a big part of what's happening here. The Webbot has predicted a singularity for a long time. Nobody really understands what that meant. But the singularity really appears to be a new understanding that all paranormal activity on this planet is interconnected to a singular source. I identify actually a dual source, but you have to realize that the guys at Skinwalker Ranch and these scientists are focusing now head on the interdimensional theory. And they have confirmed that now with their testimony coming both out of the Age of Disclosure and out of Paulides' testimony. All of that is merging together into a single happening in our event stream, and we're going to analyze all of that tonight. But wow, what a week, right? If you're in the cryptocurrency world, and I debated for a long time tonight how to get these updates across. It's been a long time since I've updated my YouTube crew, which I apologize for that, guys. I'm extremely busy, and hopefully you can get a glimpse of how busy I am with everything that's going on right now. A good portion of my time is spent analyzing the cryptocurrency markets, because that's where the Webbot predicted the most change would take place, is in financial structures around the world. Fiat currencies all end up imploding. To use a simple word, they all fail. But fiat currencies are designed to fail over time. They're not designed to be a permanent solution. They're all based on debt accumulation. You can only accumulate so much before it becomes a non-viable source of value transfer. That's what we're talking about. And so the new technology of digital assets is going to change and replace all of that? Is it going to be this huge revolution that all of the Bitcoiners and the original hodlers of many of these coins thought it was going to be a social revolution, right? They were in it for the revolution and for the financial gain, but really they wanted to see social change, right? They wanted to see debanking taking place, taking the power out of the bank's hands and putting it into the hands of the individuals. That's what cryptocurrencies ultimately were designed to do. What you're seeing now is a recognition by the standing system, which is the fiat currency world, staring into the face of a superior technology they know they have no defense against, and so they are merging into it. This in turn is going to fuel the so-called super cycle being predicted by Wall Street's genius, Tom Lee, who owns Bitmine Immersions, which is an Ethereum treasury company. To explain what digital asset treasuries are, it's quite simple, and these are transforming the face of cryptocurrencies completely. These are companies that do nothing but buy cryptocurrency and store it or stake it. When you're talking about Ethereum, which is the network that all tokenization is about to occur on, you can stake your Ethereum once you purchase some, and they pay you a return on your money. It is an interest-bearing asset. That's different than other digital assets in a lot of ways, right? The more traffic that occurs on the Ethereum network, in theory, the more rewards the staked holders end up getting for having their Ethereum staked on the network, etc. Bitcoin is digital gold. It is a store of value. It is the new gold for a new era, a new age. There's a reason for that, and they're busy figuring out a way to tokenize all precious metals so that they can be traded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no stopping. That's the whole point. This whole idea, the snail mail idea of having to deal with banks and the fact that they close at 4 every day and they're closed on the weekends and it takes 3 to 5 days for a transfer to take place, that is so yesterday. It's gone. And you don't even know it yet. But when you, if you just turn on the financial channels these days, about half the conversation taking place is about cryptocurrencies and about the tokenization of real world assets. That means you're going to be able to buy part ownership into any kind of real world asset you can think of, including like commercial real estate and stuff like that, in a way that investors have never been able to do before. And the Webbot predicts that this becomes the new way of the financial system, and you can see it happening every single day. If you watch Fox Business News or CNB Stupid, which is its competing channel, those I wouldn't even recommend CNBC. The stuff that comes out of the mouths of these people that have done nothing but live in New York their whole life and have this whole bubble mentality about New York, that's all just, it's worthless. So there are a number of analysts you can follow that are really off the radar screen as far as any kind of network mainstream propaganda-based news source is concerned. And one of those is Raoul Pal. You can find him on YouTube. He's a Bitcoin analyst that has been able to conclusively tie the movement of Bitcoin and therefore all of the other lesser digital assets to the overall liquidity cycle in a way that is undeniable. In other words, when they pump the system full of liquidity, a lot of that flows right into cryptocurrencies, and they're the first to just rocket off, right? Well, Trump's about to put a guy into the Federal Reserve, which is going to do nothing. And he is going to drop, Kevin Hassett is going to drop rates like a hot potato. When he gets into power, that is all fuel for the fire for an administration that has already come out and said that America will be the cryptocurrency capital of the world. And you have the president's two sons forming American Bitcoin. It's now traded on the stock exchange, and it is a Bitcoin treasury company. That should give you every indication that you need to know that all of this is real and it's about to take place. If you haven't heard of any of this before, that should put a little quick in your step, I hope. On top of that, you have the precious metals markets exploding. The Webbot was correct again and predicting the silver explosion. So silver is outperforming gold, and it is literally going up crazy right now. Sorry about that. I had to take a little sip, but if you listen to any of the silver analysts, pardon me, you'll know that there's a technical pattern that they've been looking at. It's formed over a 45-year period. It's called a cup and handle pattern. And they have ways of predicting where the price should eventually go if it actually goes through its past historical movements. They're predicting high 3-digit silver. It's like right about $60 right now an ounce. So you're talking about a huge movement upward. And the Webbot predicted that silver would literally become what it calls unobtainium. You won't be able to get your hands on it. It's too valuable. The United States government just reclassified silver as a critical mineral. All European countries have already done it. And this is where things get really interesting, because Donald Trump has been playing a game of chess with European banks. And somebody, and we're guessing perhaps Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, and a conglomerate of other buyers. And you have to understand, Elon Musk needs the silver for his technology, for his cars, for his batteries, for his rockets, for everything, for his robots, you name it, right? Somebody has been buying up billions of dollars worth of silver and demanding that it be delivered. They are standing for delivery, as it's called, on the COMEX, and that hasn't happened in decades. And in the first 3 days of December, they had to deliver 42 million ounces of silver to these buyers. That should tell you what's going on. There was a big problem on the COMEX market over Thanksgiving. Somebody mysteriously reached over and flipped the switch right as the Asian buyers began to just pump the price of silver up beyond anything they could control. You're seeing stresses in the system. You're seeing the precious metals market that's been short selling precious metals forever. That's how these bankers have been controlling the prices. You're seeing the fissures in that engineering. You're seeing the cracks begin to form. And eventually it's all going to go down. And that, by that I mean the whole banking cabal worldwide. However, it turns out that the people holding the largest short on silver in the world are the European banking systems controlled by the European banking cabal and the certain aristocratic families, and they are short 2 billion ounces of silver. 2 billion with a B. And there's only about 150 million ounces of physical silver for them to fill those contracts with. You can just imagine what's about to happen. And it's all happening live. I watch it live on my trading screen every single day. And we're going to get back to that and so much more. We got so much more to catch you guys up on in the Bigfoot world right after our break.
There you go. We're on break. I just couldn't get the mic turned off so that I could get the other part in there. I don't know. My hands work sometimes, and then sometimes, it's the mouse. I'm like, the shaky stuff's got to stop.
I still have this cold. Yeah. I got to blow my nose with sitting on.
Yeah. Thanks and welcome in everybody out there. Whether you are on my platforms or other folks' platforms like Jack over on YouTube, he's restreaming us, as well as The Great Conspiracy is restreaming us too. Roger Hansen was in chat earlier. I'm not sure if he's restreaming us as well, but a lot of times he does, and I appreciate everybody out there, helping us get the word out for folks. All you have to do is look up Jack Carey under YouTube, and you'll get his link. And you can look that up, or you can look up Paranormal Intelligence Agency. He should be live there as well.
Yep. Actually, I'm taking that site down because we don't get any traffic, so it's not live there.
Paranormal Intelligence Agency?
Yeah.
Well, let me know when that happens, because I got like blurps that pop up in my stream that say, go check out Jack here. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'll have a different site going on.
Okay.
It's going to cover more than just that. So.
Well, when you take and do, sorry about that. When you take and do, let me know so I can get that all changed over, and I'll get my subscription over there, and get everything rolling, unless it'll be all rolled over to the next one.
Sure. That'll work, my good man. So, for you guys out there in YouTube land, I'm on break during the radio show, so there's a period where they're actually playing content and you're just hearing me talk to my producer. So, so that's what we're doing. And again, I apologize for not getting some earlier updates out to you guys, but man, has it been busy, and hopefully tonight's show kind of tells you how busy I've been. So busy.
Yep.
And on top of that, I'm running my KDP publishing business. So.
Oh yeah, there you go. How's that going?
It's going good. I'm generating books in many different genres, just using a team of ghost writers and a guy that designs covers.
Well, you should insist that they use your artwork for their covers, Jack. Come on now.
Well, these covers look way more professional than that.
Or at least one page of it on the insert, Oh yeah, Jack Carey. Oh yeah, he's an artist too. Oh yeah.
Oh gosh, we're publishing books like everything from decluttering to how to retire rich by cooking at home.
Really?
Yeah, because, I use software that tells me what the best-selling genres are and the books in those genres, and then I try to develop a better book and then put it up for competition with those. So that's kind of my business model. But so doing that on top of everything else has been really busy. But,
Yeah, I hate to make you even more busy since I know you're going to be filling in for a little while with for Nancy tonight. I appreciate that. And we got about 30 seconds until we come back.
Yeah, stay with me on the VIXEN'S Vault next, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. We might even have Roger talk about, some historic stuff. But here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And tonight we are discussing David Paulides' new interview with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. We're discussing how that confirms and coincides with testimony from Dr. Jack Lukasik, who has published 2 new books that are out there on Amazon, and he is the real deal. He was an actual scientist in the Legacy UFO program. His interviews are fascinating to listen to. He does allude to a lot of stuff that he can't give extreme detail on because of national security reasons. However, he does confirm, as do they, in the Age of Disclosure documentary, that they do, in fact, have a craft. They admit it. It's in their possession. And they are fully aware that there are other countries that also have some of that technology in their possession. As I've previously stated, and as they have now confirmed, some of these countries are hostile to the United States and are actively attempting to weaponize that alien technology. As are we. We are now in an alien arms race. It's described by the insiders as the atomic arms race on steroids, because you're talking about a technology that can literally make a game changer overnight and make you rule the planet forever, if you can make that crucial breakthrough with it, right? There's a lot of things we do know about these craft now from all of this insider testimony coming out of Farah's new documentary, Age of Disclosure, as well as these podcast interviews, as well as David Paulides. And really, the shocking thing to me is that central, really, to a lot of this, especially with Paulides' interview and with Lukasik, because he saw some of this stuff on Skinwalker Ranch, is that that's my security headed up to see what's going on. But they all agree. It all converges on one singular point, that there is unexplained cryptid animal activity that takes place alongside the UFO phenomenon. It's an uncomfortable truth. It's an uncomfortable reality, but it is what it is. In Paulides' interview, they fully confirm that they suspect that, Sasquatch is apparently a creature that has an interdimensional ability. I've talked about that possibility before, and I talk about it in my book, Paranormal Planet. And I discuss it in my Unified Field Theory of Paranormal Activity, which we'll get to because it fully explains what all of these scientists, what Paulides, what Knapp, Corbell, all of these people are finally beginning to realize I have already predicted and fully detailed in my book, Paranormal Planet. Basically, what Paulides came down and said was that they suspect that the vast majority of the paranormal activity they're seeing at Skinwalker Ranch and around Skinwalker Ranch, all through the Uinta Basin and in various areas around the world, is interdimensional paranormal activity. They are convinced that that's the case. Paulides says that he had a personal discussion with a government scientist involved in studying these interdimensional portals. His name is Dr. John Brandenburg. Some researchers out there will know who that is. Brandenburg told him that he was part of a team of scientists being employed by the United States government to study interdimensional portals and see if they could be utilized by the military in some fashion. That they had confirmed that they were there. This matches all of the past research that I put into Paranormal Planet, where I point out that at each one of these places around the United States where you have a wide array of paranormal activity all occurring above huge quartz crystal deposits, you also have a military presence. And that's because the military understood early on that these doorways were there, and it's like they put a guard in front of each doorway. Really, now what we know, what they're doing, according to Paulides, is they're actively trying to find a way into those dimensions. Think about that. Your United States military has people that are parked near interdimensional doorways, studying them with real scientists in an attempt to try to figure out a way through those doorways. If they can figure that out, then they can figure out how it is that there is an interdimensional alien species also interacting with this planet. And it appears as though the source of much of the cryptid animal activity taking place on this planet is associated directly with the UFO phenomenon. Something I predicted in my book, Paranormal Planet, 20 years ago. So, let's get to the unified field theory of paranormal activity, right? The unified field theory of paranormal activity stipulates that there are actually two forms of paranormal activity on this planet. One is interdimensional in nature. I make that clear in my book. Number two is the Earth's interaction with a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. What is a Type 3 civilization? It is a civilization that is so old, so technologically advanced, so vast, so dominant, that it has been able to colonize the entire Milky Way galaxy and now is in full control of it. This is tied to Enrico Fermi's paradox. It's tied to the Drake equation, and now it's tied to actual findings coming out of the James Webb Telescope, talking about the fact that they have discovered at least 7 of what apparently are Type 3 civilization spheres built around stars. I talked about this in many past broadcasts, and I talk about it in my book. These civilizations, when you reach a Type 3 on the Nikolai Kardashev scale, are able to build structures around stars that harness the entire energy of that star in a way that can be utilized constructively by those who built it. And it fuels their technology, it fuels their civilization, and it fuels their colonization. And they do it repeatedly as they colonize throughout the galaxy. 7 of these have now been detected. This now confirms that my theory of a Type 3 civilization in the Milky Way galaxy is correct. If that's correct, then the herd theory of the Earth is also has an extremely high probability of being true. In other words, the human species appears to be one of many, many different kinds of life forms. Probably all of them are humanoid in shape because they all came from a central civilization, including the human species, and we have been farmed on this planet like a herd. I came to this conclusion because this Type 3 civilization appears to be testing everything in our environment down to the molecular level. In other words, we appear to be a prized herd, and maybe they do it on all of the planets they farm. But they have tested everything, even our food source, and they do so on an ongoing basis, and that is the source of the cattle mutilation phenomenon. I talk fully about what that is in my book Paranormal Planet and how it's tied to Bob Bigelow and NIDS in their study of the phenomenon and how they determined that there was an alien link to it, right? There's also a lot of cases of UFOs apparently in conflict with one another. That leads me to believe that the Type 3 civilization is in conflict with an interdimensional alien species on this planet, attempting to dislodge it from one of its planets that it farms. That's really the way that it seems to shape up. And so far, my predictions have been totally correct and have been now confirmed. All you have to do is watch those interviews and watch the films, and you'll see what I'm talking about. If that's the case, and you have the Type 3 civilization craft coming to this planet to assist in the farming of our species, you have to assume that at some point this Type 3 civilization actually takes those living beings and brings them into the umbrella of that civilization. And we can expect that to take place at some point. That might be what Voyager tripped when it hit interstellar space. I reported previously that when Voyager hit interstellar space, it received an unexplained download from an alien source. This has all been documented, talked about. You can use AI to look it up, whatever you need to do. It was an image. It came from an unknown alien source. That image was relayed through Voyager spacecraft back to NASA scientists. It was the image of the human body utilizing mathematical symbols, geometric symbols, which have never been discovered in our mathematics before. This caused a rewiring of the brains of the scientists who actually saw the image, and that's now being studied by the Pentagon and by the these deep black programs. Is that a cosmic switch? Was that the cosmic switch telling the Type 3 civilization that it was time to begin the final farming phase of our species into its fold, if you will? I don't have the answer to that. It's all speculation. But what I can tell you is that the nuts and bolts craft that they appear to be getting their hands on and are trying to back engineer appears to come from this Type 3 civilization. Most of them are unpiloted, artificially intelligent craft that appear to even be a living life form of some kind. They are controlled psionically, that is through psychic means of the controller, the pilot, and perfectly fused with the body, basically, at that time. The scientists in the Age of Disclosure come out and fully explain how the UFOs work. They have a generator on board that generates a bubble around the craft. inside the bubble, they're able to control space and time. And that bubble is impenetrable. They can take it from space to air to water and back again. It has no effect. They said all of the strangeness that you see in alien abductee accounts can be accounted for if you can change time and space within a bubble. The scientists go through all of the weirdness, like, for instance, abductees saying they went into a craft that seemed to be, 20 feet around, and when they got inside, it was the size of a football field. All of that strangeness can be explained if you can change time and space within a bubble. They even go on to explain how it can generate that kind of power. Apparently, it takes around the entire, as they explain it, if you took the entire power output of the United States for like a 10-year period, that's how much power one of these can generate in a very on demand creating this bubble. That's how much power it takes to create a bubble where you can alter space and time in a localized fashion. So, that's what they're trying to back engineer. They didn't speculate, they didn't stipulate. They talk about how some of these craft were just found. Like, it almost looks like it was just left there to be found. Bob Lazar says one of the craft that he studied was actually found on an archaeological dig, if you can believe that. And in an interview by, pardon me, getting over the flu, in an interview by Dan Farah, who did the Age of Disclosure, he admits that he had personal conversations with Trump's team, his administration, and with people that were outside of the administration. And they assured him that Trump's team is all over this. Behind the scenes, they are scouring anything that they can get their hands on for information, which leads him to believe that they are about to actually come out and they're going to say, look, guys, we're not alone. We actually do have alien technology in our possession, and that's that. We can't tell you what that is because our enemies are trying to use the same technology to conquer our nation. That's disclosure. And it's happening now. So, all of this is converging into a singular whole, and you might as well learn to surf this wave. The cosmic wave of the Kali Yuga, let's call it. And part of surfing that wave is realizing that if you believe in all of this, there is a logical succession of steps that a person should take, and that logical succession leads us into cryptocurrencies and into precious metal markets. And back to silver again. Silver is utilized in all of our top technology. It is in extremely short supply. The banking entities around the world have been short selling silver for 45 years, and now that's all coming home to roost. The actual physical supply has shrunk down to nothing. The demand is growing huge. We have to have it for all of our technology, and it's just not there. You can imagine then what happens? Supply and demand takes over, FOMO takes over, and they call it, I think it's called a Galen good. So with silver, as the price increases, so does the demand. It's not like that with most other assets, right? And I'm not a financial advisor whatsoever, but I have found it useful in my own life to offset cryptocurrency holdings with precious metal holdings. What could be more different? And the Webbot predicts that they both rise in value coinciding with one another in a given time period here shortly in the future. So that is an amazing fact. I can tell you that at one point, if you look historically, like even through biblical times, Roman times, Dark Ages even, the trade-off was about 16 pieces of silver for 1 piece of gold, right? Over time, and that's because there's a good reason for that, right? For every 1 piece of gold that they could get up out of the ground, they could get like 16 pieces of silver. So it seemed to them to be about equal. Took about equal amount of effort to get that ratio, right? Now that ratio has fallen down to 7-to-1. You only get 7 pieces of silver out of the ground for every 1 piece of gold. And the 7 pieces, that gets used up in technology and goes bye-bye. The gold, it keeps sitting there in somebody's vault because the only use for gold is in the jewelry market. There is no technological use for gold, only for silver. And they've kept it down for 45 years. That's a rocket ship. And I think the Webbot's going to be right. I think it's gotten too many hits right recently for it to be wrong about silver becoming unobtainium. And the fact that you have Andy Schectman, the world's leading silver analyst, saying that he's been doing this his whole life and he has never seen the COMEX where every single day the people holding the contracts are standing for delivery. That's never happened. And they're not talking about it at all on the news. It should be the only thing they're talking about, and they're not talking about it at all. So, amazing, guys. We live in amazing times. I stipulate in my theory about paranormal activity that any and all bipedal cryptid animals have to, in fact, be part of the alien presence on this planet. They're either part of the Type 3 civilization or they're part of the interdimensional, and it looks like all of the scientists at Skinwalker Ranch and with the Pentagon are saying that when it comes to like Bigfoot, it's an interdimensional cryptid. They mentioned the fact that they had a couple of scientists up on the plateau overlooking the ranch. They had night vision equipment with them. They see a ball of light form. It starts small and gets bigger and bigger and bigger till it's about 4 feet across, and they turn on the night vision equipment, and what do they see? A 3-dimensional tunnel hovering 4 feet above the ground, and a big black creature crawling like this through the tunnel. It gets to the end, and it literally drags itself out, steps down on the ground, and walks away. And guess what it was? An 8-foot-tall, bipedal, primate-looking creature with a head and no neck. Identical description to Bigfoot. That was recorded by actual scientists involved at Skinwalker Ranch, and there's no reason for us to believe that that same thing isn't occurring throughout the entire Bigfoot phenomenon. So we have to take it for what it is. We have to work from there and then discover how and why it is they're able to do what they do. Perhaps there's a benefit in it for the human species somewhere along the line. But hold on tight. Things are about to get, they're bumpy, but there's also some good stuff that comes out in pretty short order. So I guess it really all depends on what side of the fence you're sitting on. But we'll keep analyzing this as these events develop and as the cryptocurrency markets develop and as all of the cyber prophecies continue to unfold. And stick with me. I'm filling in for the amazing Nancy Planeta on VIXEN'S Vault next.
Great job, Jack. Appreciate it. Let me finish up here, and then once we do, I'll connect up with you over there. If you want to go ahead and hang up, you can do that.
Yep.
And
I
I'll
will
get
disconnect.
things rolling over there shortly.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll see you over there.
Okay. Let me make sure that I got everything. Yep. All right. Looks like Zombie Zach's not in tonight, so he can just go ahead and start up. And let me get everything clear from all the other places that I'm at. And I will start up, that's right, VIXEN'S Vault. Filling in tonight will be Jack Carey. So hold on tight. It's going to be a good one. Legion of Chaos. Here we come. Got a few more minutes. I'm going to take and get everything set up before that so that I can connect up real good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go. Let me get David Campione in here. Hey, David, let me get the rest of the crew going.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. You sound a little low on it tonight. I don't know.
I'll raise it up. Yeah, I was low. Okay, how's that?
That's much better.
Okay, thank you.
You try to get Jason in here and the rest of the crew as I go along.
Yeah, did you have a good Thanksgiving?
I had a decent Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm trying to add you in again, but you know, hey.
No, I clicked out because I raised my volume and I don't know how to get out of it. And
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We got. We're gonna have Jack in tonight. Jack's going to take over for Nancy tonight. He's got to take in. Because Nancy's not feeling good. Yeah,
Oh, no.
I clicked her by accident. I think that happened automatically when I called the room.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. Headache again?
Yeah,
I
or
think there was
something
a
like.
stroke.
She took her medicine earlier, and now she's not able to
Yeah, probably.
come in.
Yeah.
You know, I know Jack wanted to take and get some something to drink, and had to take care of something real quick before. Well, you know, but and then
A stiff drink.
stiff drink. Where's Jack at? Well, you'll have to ask him when he comes in. You know.
Wasn't Jack under the weather last week or something?
Yeah,
That's
last
awesome.
week he was, and I was last week too, off and on. I mean, I've been getting these really bad, migraines here lately, and they're terrible.
They really are. You can't think straight.
Yeah, no, I mean, it had me like curled up in the bed,
Yep.
knocked me out half a day, just no lights, no nothing.
What did you take for it? Did you like caffeine, something with caffeine in it?
Yeah, that helped a little bit, but I'm gonna get us going because we're coming into the show right now. It'll be okay if Jack's running behind. All right.
Okie doke.
What do you guys want to talk about tonight? I figured I'd have Jack talk a little bit about little more what he was talking about on his show.
What was he talking about?
This
on
is
his
usually
show?
the part
Yeah.
where
Anyways, we'll
gonna
get
say,
going in a minute
Rod-
here. Hello
talking about
and
that.
welcome, folks. It is the VIXEN'S Vault that you're listening to right now. And no, I am not Nancy Planetta. I am the producer, Mark. And I have with us tonight on this December 3rd, 2025, as this year is rolling by so quickly. We have David Campione, Jason Quigley, Vicky Vass, Mark Edworthy, Roger Hansen, and joining us soon will be Jack Carey, who is going to be helping fill in for Nancy tonight as she is hung up, not feeling well. And we don't, hey, your health first, and, everything else later, we'll get it going. All right? So, how's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
All right,
Good.
we're on live and on the radio now. We're past the pre-show. that short 3 minutes.
Nice.
Here's Jack. Jack, I just introduced the crew. If you want to take us someplace that you know best. So I'm gonna turn it over to you. You're
Roger's
muted,
here
buddy.
Muted.
Roger's here too.
I don't know how that happens from
There
show
you
to
go.
show. Like I
Yeah,
was just not muted, and now I was muted.
It's an
So,
automatic thing here and there. Okay, everybody's here. We're good to go.
absolutely. I was just talking on my show about the new documentary Age of Disclosure. Who's seen it?
I have.
Anybody? Huh?
I did.
Wow.
I've seen parts of it. Richie from Boston paid for it, put it up at BitChute, put it up at Rumble. It didn't last long at both of those places. It's still a Patreon for anybody that, might want to, I don't know if they follow him or whatever, but no, I didn't get to see it. I saw parts of it. He was able to play some parts.
Yeah, I spent the $20 and watched it. And what did you think, Vicky? How did you like it?
I liked it. I thought it was well done, well documented, and I liked it.
Cool.
Yeah. Some things we already knew, but then it was nice to have it how they made it a nice comprehensive picture.
Yeah. Did you notice the testimony part towards the end where the congressman was talking about how they're all in the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how that they know that they're in the ocean. There was a leaked memo from the U.S. Navy talking about how they were tracking an object that was a mile wide in the Earth's oceans. It's moving around. It's over a mile wide. That's like one of their little cities, relocated. So, but the Webbot also predicts that there's a meeting that takes place pretty soon. And happens on an island. That's all it knows, and the public doesn't know about it until afterwards. And it's a meeting between this underwater alien species and some of the world's leaders. So that's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. And you'd heard of the meeting between the world's leaders and otherworldly beings as well, right? That's not new exactly to you.
Well, they had the holominence of a being, they said, interacted with some Air Force people, but a lot of people believe they've captured live EBEs aboard some of these craft, and that they've had all kinds of interaction with them.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And that's interesting. You said EBE. It's the biological entities, or now would you consider them comprehensively with ELFs, or is that right?
I'm not sure what you mean by
not ELFs. I'm trying to say they're genetically engineered. Gelfs is what I mean. Gelfs.
Oh, it could very well. It could very well be. I mean, there's indications the Greys are biological robots created by a superior alien intelligence. I mean, the abductees always come back and tell us the Greys appear to be subservient to the much larger, praying mantis-looking beings, and that the praying mantis beings have superior neurologic control over humans. In other words, the Greys kind of like lean over you, and they can seize your optic nerve, and they can actually project images into your brain. That in that way, they are neurologically dominant or superior to humans. If you listen to Dr. David M. Jacobs, he'll tell you that a lot of the abductees will tell you that when they walk into a room with a praying mantis being, the seizure of their brain by this creature is instantaneous at a distance. And it'll also tell you that they have taken 8 generations of hybrids to create the perfect hybrid that looks just like us, except it has one nasty little surprise for the human species, and that fact is that it is also neurologically superior to us, and it can control human emotion, action, you name it, from a distance. They don't know what that distance is or what purpose it will ultimately serve, but he believes it's their attempt to introduce hive mind into the human species. Going forward, if they are able to have their way, individuality becomes a thing of the past and hive mind will take over. So that's kind of where that abductee research leads. And then when you looked at the age of disclosure, you had the scientists tell you right there on camera that they could now explain all the weirdness of alien abductee episodes because these craft form a bubble that bends space and time. If you can do that, you can create all kinds of weird effects will take place. So all of that kind of coincides together. I'm not sure how that fits in. I know that you're a devoutly religious person, so I don't know how all of that fits in with your belief system. But
well, I know that I know that, like Dr. Heiser was saying, he wouldn't have a problem because he was real interested in the alien subject, and even showed up on some shows and things, about aliens. He just hadn't seen, actual evidence that they existed. So, and then there were other things, but is it the Collins Elite? Or no, it's two people that said if you used Jesus, when you were under in the dumbs, down in the Dulce, that area, they were not allowed to use that word. They, uh, it, they seem to come across like these are not aliens from other planets. They are supernatural beings from another dimension. And he seemed to feel like it's funny, you couldn't use the word Jesus or God or those kind of things, but if by the abductees, but they didn't specify any kind of restrictions to any other religion like Buddha or Muhammad or anything like that. It was just the Christian religion, which is why that led Dr. Heiser to believe that they were, interdimensional beings and not the creatures from another planet. But as he passed away, I think in 2021 or 2, and so.
Well, that's an interesting point you bring up with the Collins Elite, because Jay Stratton talks about this on the Age of Disclosure and how shocked he was when one of these guys from the Collins Elite walked up to him in the hallway and said, "You're messing with demonic forces." And Jay Stratton's like, "Are you out of your mind? What are you talking about? We have a nuts and bolts physical craft that isn't spiritual. And yeah, it may have originated in another dimension, but it's as physical as you and me. So who's to say that that's a demon of some kind and not just an alien life form that lives on another dimension?" You see what I mean? I think the religious crowd they're always going to put the demon face on the phenomenon, because
Right.
without that, it implodes the belief system. Let's just put that out there.
I agree with you, Jack, especially
right.
Especially listening to L.A. Marzulli here lately. And he's been, doing a whole lot more streams here lately on kind of that topic, And it's like, oh, no, they're Nephilim. I'm like, how do you know? What's the basis for that, So,
Now, when you say it's an interdimensional from another dimension, like when you said that, Jack, you didn't mean from another planet, right?
Well, perhaps. We don't know what other dimensions exist, what's on those other dimensions. We've got witnesses right here on our planet that were at both Skinwalker Ranch, and I had one down in South Central Colorado that watched a portal form in front of them. They said it was like watching shimmering water. And all of a sudden, they could see right through it into another landscape. It was another interdimensional landscape. Right. And so we're not talking about some spiritual realm. We're talking about another dimension where there's physicality. It's a material.
Why could that not be a spiritual realm? Why can it not be a spiritual realm?
Because it looks like it's got nuts and bolts, physical, material object coming from it. That's why.
See, the thing that Nancy brought up, she brought this up in the post that we were going through here before, and it has to do with an operation that the Lockheed Martin was doing. It's called the CL-957, and with these Tic Tacs, everybody seems to just cling on to that, like, oh, look, they got evidence. And then she brought up the fact that Lockheed Martin came out with the CL-957, which basically is Tic Tac, and they were doing research on this through Project Orbit. Lance.
I don't know. If you watch the Age of Disclosure, you've got Eric Davies and Dr. Nolan on there saying directly that they know for a fact that Tic Tac was not our technology.
You know,
They know for a fact, and they have contact with scientists in the legacy UFO program. They were actively talking to these guys that have had the craft forever, and were probably responsible for things like the Kennedy assassination with their ex-Protect group that actually protects it. And these guys are saying, yeah, no, there's no way the Tic Tac was ours. No way.
I'm
Right.
just
So
thinking,
what,
and,
I mean, what are we to make of that?
I'm just thinking, feel free to call me being semantic, but you said demons are not aliens. By default, an alien is a being not of our place. Therefore, it's not a demon, an alien, irrelevant if it comes from another planet or another dimension or wherever.
Right.
It's still an alien, technically speaking.
Well,
yeah, but when you're talking about spiritual forces, you generally think of those things as being unseen, right? Those are the unseen principalities it talks about in the Bible. These aren't physical forces, right? Well, these things appear to be very physical. Yes, they live in another dimension and they materialize in this one. That doesn't mean that they're spiritual in some way. In fact, our best physicists say that there's at least 11 dimensions. And if there's 11 dimensions, there's an extremely high probability that there are life forms living on all 11 dimensions, and that some of them would have been smart enough eventually to devise a way into some of those other dimensions. And that comes right from Michio Kaku.
What about the demons? They're like the dead, the spirits of the Nephilim. They're not the same as those principalities, which are the fallen angels. Now, and you're right, they are not. They're the ones influencing the actual people in charge of those countries.
Right, and it's not to presuppose. I'm not saying there's not a spiritual realm. I think there is. Absolutely, there is a life after death. There's a spiritual realm and all of that. But is that what we're seeing? And are we just whistling past the graveyard because it makes us uncomfortable?
Well,
I think maybe we are. I think that there's a lot of just deep psychological fear when it comes to this phenomenon.
Well, see, I go separate from the spiritual and all that. Like for me, it's more about consciousness. Okay, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't want to really grasp onto because it's too hard for them to comprehend. This is straight out.
Yeah,
it's consciousness. Okay, like the things that are happening right now. Okay, like with Tic Tac. Okay, I personally believe that our government has gone a lot farther in development than what people think. Though they've been doing research with consciousness for quite a long time. And if you don't believe me, just go through and read about AI and neuroscience and see what they have in common. Okay, it's amazing. And that
even like Dr. Colm Keller is saying, there's a consciousness component to this phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just on a minor point, Roger, you said your government, as in the US government. If you're going to make this argument, why can't it be a joint venture between various governments and private sector?
Well, it's because, like I said before, the United States is the greatest nation that has ever been created.
And like Jack was saying on his show earlier, there's a race, and it's a weapons race to see who gets this technology first. Yeah. And our enemy could be our friend. All right. So and we have lots of and you hold them close to you. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like we haven't had spats with England in the past. Come on, the revolution. All right.
Which we won.
Yeah, but well, and then getting into, like Jack was talking, hey, where did all the silver go in his show? And that would be really interesting to explore here. With this all combined in the topic.
Oh yeah, it all combines together. I mean, all of our advanced technologies are silver dependent, and the WebBot predicts that because of these advanced technologies, there's a huge shortage of silver that ends up occurring. It calls it unobtainium. You won't be able to get your hands on it. So if you have some physical silver, just keep it locked away somewhere, because over time it'll become extremely valuable.
Mm-hmm.
So
is this not related to? Sorry, is this not related like gold? The forced the lack of mining.
The ratio of gold silver used to be like 6.
But
it used to be 16-1. When they were pulling it up out of the ground, they get 16 pieces of silver for every 1 piece of gold, right? And that's how they priced it.
Yeah.
So it was the same amount of effort to get 16 pieces of silver as it was 1 piece of gold. Now that ratio has fallen to 7-1. But that same ratio is not being reflected in the price, or you would have silver somewhere around $859 an ounce right now.
Right.
And don't forget the opium wars, Mark. How that inflated the silver prices too. I wonder where that started at, and how that became.
That started in Cambodia. If you check out the story on the paper wars that took place in Southeast Asia after Vietnam, it's right there in front of your face. They were.
I will tell you, Mark, that the best silver analyst in the world is saying that the European banks over there, they're short right now. On paper, they have contracts for 2 billion ounces of silver that they can't cover. There's about 150 million ounces that they have. Imagine what happens when all of that gets called. And they're all standing for delivery. It's going to leave a 2 billion silver ounce smoking hole in the London metals market, which is almost depleted of its metal right now, completely depleted. So you're getting ready to see some serious,
point is, if it might not be in the interest of our government and our banks to actually audit such.
Yeah, there's somebody they're not sure who it is, but somebody in the last 3 days just stood for delivery at the COMEX for 42 million ounces of silver. They think it's probably Elon Musk. He's got $100 billion and he needs the silver for all of his technology, and he knows the squeeze is coming. So he's basically pushing them into a place where they are going to completely implode. You can't be short selling 2 billion ounces of silver and only have 150 million ounces to cover that short sell, or you are toast. You're talking about trillions in losses. The derivatives market alone, where they're borrowing tenfold against the silver that they have in their possession, once it gets discovered that there is no silver to cover it, oh my God.
And if people think Europe is in an economic sort of downturn at this present moment, well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it'll be a true nightmare. A true nightmare. In the Middle East, guys, the Arabs are actively buying silver for the first time in history. This guy says, this Andy Sheckman, who's the #1 silver analyst in the world, he says he's been doing this his whole life. 40 years he's been on the silver market. He's never seen anybody stand for delivery except for the last year and going into this new year. And they're standing for delivery on every single contract. That means used to they would just trade the paper back and forth, and the silver would just sit there in the vault, and you would just trade back ownership back and forth. Right now these guys are showing up, they're slapping the paper down, and they say loaded in the truck.
If
And
we
the-
see this go up and break, I don't know, 10x, 20,
Yeah.
15x, we might see the government go around and say, hey, look, you got to save the day here. Just like you said, silver's needed for all kinds of applications, all
Yeah.
kinds of electronics. And they could very well say, look, you can keep your, silver, I guess, wedding rings, you can keep your, but as far as the gold and the silver, we need it. You got to cough it up.
That's
Boy,
why
that'd
they
be something
they
else.
just declared it a critical mineral. If you look it up online, critical. That's the first step. And China's no longer allowing any silver to leave the mainland.
All right, and
So-
with that, we'll bring it back when we come back from break. So,
Yep.
hold tight. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. This is the VIXEN'S Vault. Sorry about cutting you off there, Jack. I
No
just
worries.
wanted to make sure we
I
got
wasn't-
the break.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Yep, I wasn't aware.
It's not your show, but hey, hey, it's turning out really good. I'm glad. Vicky, awesome.
Yeah.
Step up
Bunch of
more.
hooligans.
We want you
Okay.
on
That's
the
right.
roll tonight. We love you.
Bunch
Well,
of
About the,
hooligans.
Yeah,
About
with
that,
our hooligans here. Yeah.
the technology, that what the Nazis had, they consulted the occult to get, what they had. Plus, if you go back to the Tower of Babel, all the Babylonians and all their technology, that all came from
well, see, when you-
supernatural
That's-
beings.
And
But Vicky,
Roger's
when you
gonna
get
tell
into
you that's
Nazis,
alchemy.
when you get into the Nazis, you get into some really, really weird stuff. Like, I wish that I could say that it is that simple, but it is not. I mean, they were out there. They were.
Yeah, I know, but that's where they got all that technology. And then, but even von Braun said that there weren't any aliens. That was just the last ditch thing that they were going to use to get for the New World Order.
Sure.
So,
but
but it's supernatural beings.
You believe a
Heineken.
high-ranking Nazi that had that high a security from Germany, yet, oh yeah, sure, we're going to place you in charge of NASA.
No. They took Paperclip, brought von Braun over here.
Yeah.
And, they were, right. So they were doing experiments. And of course,
you know who his role model was, right?
Did he have a role model?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
So did Heineken, I believe. It was the same guy.
Tesla?
I'll
No.
tell you a strange factoid about von Braun was the fact that his mother was a famous psychic in Germany, and that's how she made her money. And von Braun, once upon a time, wrote a science fiction novel in which a guy ends up colonizing Mars, and his name was Elon.
I didn't know that Werner von Braun wrote that. Wow, that's nifty. I heard that before, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'd be
So
kind
why
of cool to
couldn't
talk
they-
about when we come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about there was the occult thing. That's what Himmler went, and he was looking all over for, in the Himalayas, and that's where they got all their tech. What were those things? The V2. I mean, they had tech that the
Right.
others didn't have.
V2 rocket.
Yeah.
With
Buzz
that you
bomb.
have to decide which direction you want to go, though, because some believe that they believed in the underworld, others believe that they believed in UFOs, others believe that they believed in all of it. So it's like,
Well,
that's why I like to talk about the Nagas, because nobody likes to talk about the Nagas, for one, and the second one is it's cool. Okay.
but I mean, I
Yeah.
don't see why the divine intelligence could not have all that tech, especially if they gave it to the ancient peoples. That was part of what they weren't supposed to be doing, is giving to humans what was enabled them to kill themselves a little bit quicker. With the pharmacy, the pharmakia, and all the metalworks and the weapons, and then they use things like
Mark was right. Mark is right. It is all alchemy, and alchemy is related to all of this too. It's just as important, you know. If you go back and you look at like even
30
aliens,
seconds, folks.
ufology, it's all about alchemy.
Jackie, gonna bring us back in?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Got a few more seconds before I do the countdown. Like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side for the VIXEN'S Vault right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to VIXEN'S Vault. I'm Jack Carey, your fill-in host for the wonderful Nancy Planetta, and we're having a lively discussion on the new documentary, Age of Disclosure, and kind of all the little tendrils that come off of that in various directions. But, you know, they also make it clear in the Age of Disclosure that they're undecided about the nature of the craft and the aliens. They're not sure if it's interdimensional quite, or if it's protogenesis. Protogenesis is the other major leading theory that they have, which means that another species of some kind has co-evolved on this planet with us, and they got way more advanced than we did and way earlier than we did, and they live in the oceans, and they have technology we can't even begin to explain. But they originated from here. That's the protogenesis theory. And they don't know. They really don't know. So which one is which? So it's very interesting.
And they project that it will come, they will disclose it to us.
Well, yeah, that's what Farah says, you know, the guy who produced the documentary. He said that he had personal conversations with Marco Rubio. He had personal conversations with all 34 of those government officials and scientists, and they assured him that behind the scenes, the Trump team is scrambling. They're scrambling, and they're trying to come up with something to give the American people, give the world. Can you imagine a bigger announcement for any president in history to ever give than to say we have proof we're not alone in the universe? And can you imagine a president bigger in personality than Donald Trump who would step forward and take that opportunity? All of that's kind of lining up. He surrounded himself with a cabinet full of people who are all pro-disclosure. All of them. So I think over the next few years, you're going to see a lot more than what we have right now.
I'm just wondering how many normies, quote unquote, are going to believe him if such a announcement was made.
Yeah, I know, right? A lot of people will sort of implode, I think. Like psychologically, it's going to be a real problem for a lot of people. So,
well, isn't that what was the problem, or why it has been hidden? I think that the our Christian, you know, maybe the Protestants were kind of made responsible because that would blow everybody's mind. So they made the decision, okay, we're not going to talk about that because that kind of threatens, you know, Christianity in a way.
Right. All belief systems. I mean, ontological shock's a real thing, and we have ample examples of ontological shock taking place in human history with our own civilizations over time. Like you just take like the Mayan, for example, right? You can literally trace the point where their belief system imploded, and that's the same point where they just abandoned all of their cities and their civilization. It's almost like you just deflate the air out of the tire, out of the species, when you take away their belief system for why they get up every single day.
Right.
It just,
It reminds me. Sorry, it reminds me of the. I referenced this a couple months ago. An old 1952 film, actually, Red Planet Mars, directed by Harry Horner, in which it was set in the Cold War, so obviously tensions there. But it was it was exploring the idea of the concept of aliens being found and governments announcing it, and there was mainly centered around things like religion, the concept of religion, how people's belief systems either collapsed or expanded, and yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure where I'm going with this one, but yeah, it's a sort of similar sort of concept.
right. And the Webbot says that, and I have to say, I bring the Webbot up a lot, but it's been hit after hit after hit after hit lately. It's just like, and every time it gets a hit, it ups the probability that the next prediction will come true. Well, it's saying that at some point, a lot of this alien technology gets into the hands of everyday people. It ends up benefiting humanity in some fashion, whether it's the 0-point energy generators that they say they have. Imagine just free energy alone would end poverty on our planet.
Right.
Because you can manufacture anything for free. You know what I mean? The power is what keeps you down. It's the cost of that power is what keeps the world kind of from being able to evolve and develop in these third world countries. And all of that kind of goes away over time, according to the Webbot. So you will see some benefit from it, no matter what the origin of that technology is.
Maybe. I'm just thinking on the point of intellectual property, patents, and taxation. Yeah, maybe. I'm not as optimistic as yourself, to be fair.
But I thought that was the reason why also they would be bringing that out, is to explain all of the advanced tech that we're not aware.
Right. The problem right now is with the aerospace companies. And believe it or not, the aerospace companies are pro-disclosure. And the reason why is because they've developed technology from this alien technology, and they have no way to profit from it. They're all about making a profit. They need to sell this technology, and they can't explain how they got their hands on it till somebody comes out and says, well, yeah, we got our hands on it, and we gave a little piece over here to Lockheed Martin, and woo-wee, look what they did with it. Well, they developed this amazing machine, but they need to sell some of those. So, here we go.
Do companies have to explain where they got the technology or their?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin made an announcement like a few weeks ago that they were about to introduce a new, quote, magical technology. Right? You don't think that that's going to bring up a lot of questions about what WTF? What do you mean magical? Well, it has apotheum effects. What do you mean by apotheum effects? Well, it alters reality within a given space around it. No big deal. Magic. We just came up with that.
We're all old enough to remember the sort of introduction of the sort of personal computer back in the 70s and 80s. And I even get to use this now, that sort of think that computers are magical devices.
It is. They are.
Well,
they are, Mark. It's magic.
Yeah, they could be.
Magic, of course.
I have a question about this. Okay, and this is something that I've been asking people. Now, when it comes to consciousness, okay, there's people who believe that consciousness, that consciousness is actually not bound to the brain. It's not local. that
Right.
our brains are nothing but transmitters, and it's basically a radio. It receives and broadcasts. Now, when it comes to the internet, did we really create the internet, or did we tap into a different level of consciousness through technology?
We just manipulated existing technologies like telephone lines and telecommunications and computers to produce what we now know as the internet. It's nothing more
Well, are you
than to
saying,
say
Roger?
progression.
Are you saying, Roger, like how we have specials on things every century, like art and things? Like all of a sudden, there's this. Are they tapping into the art wave of consciousness? Where you see all the artists go, blossom, and you see all of the music people, the genius explode, and then you have technology and that kind of thing. Is that what you're talking about there?
Is our technology, the technology that's been developed, is it tapping into this cosmic consciousness that we
Right.
have? Yeah, basically that's a good way of putting it, I guess.
Well, it seems like, yeah, they have, throughout history, we've had different types of genius being, introduced into the world. So, yeah,
Right.
you have to wonder whether there's something to that,
Well, there are philosophic models that say that nothing exists outside of consciousness itself, which would go a long way to explain a lot of the experiments they have about observing particles. When you observe a particle, it changes the behavior of the particle. If consciousness didn't have a direct connection to that particle in some way, that wouldn't take place. And I have to, I reminded somebody the other day, because we were having a discussion over the ability to bend probability, right? Because what is psychic functioning if it's not the bending of probability to one's will, right? Well, if you can observe a particle and alter its behavior through your observation, why can't you alter a material event that's unfolding? Because it too is made up of particles. And if you're...
that kind of reminds me of when people say, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a noise? I guess that answers the question. No.
Right. No, it doesn't make a single noise. That's funny.
That also comes back to the crop circles too, because if you look at some of the old documentaries of the crop circles, when you go out and you look at the ones that were recreated, it shows damage done to the crops whenever they lay them down. But the authentic crop circles, when those plants are laid down, there's absolutely no damage done to their stems whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like they got steamed. Plus, there's expulsion nodes where the seeds and
there is
those heat up and pop right out of the plant.
Yeah, there is with the UFO or unexplained ones, when they take and do tests on them, there's like extreme heat involved, as well as a radioactive
signature.
Emission from it.
Yeah.
So
right.
Yeah. Unlike someone going out there with a board and rope squashing it down, you're not going to get that from them.
Right. Well, Linda Moulton Howe and the Dr. Levengood, the guy who studied all of those crop circles for a long time, they discovered that by dragging magnets through the crop circles, they were able to pick up vast particles of magnetite. And magnetite only occurs in the upper atmosphere, like almost space, basically. Led him to believe that there was some kind of plasma vortex involved that was bringing that magnetite down out of the upper atmosphere and depositing it on the ground somehow. So
One thing that blew me away about those crop circles, the ones that are authentic, if you guys take time to look at them, some of them you'll see the flowers that are still sprouting upward within the crop circle. Like everything was laid down, but you still have the freaking flowers that are budding upward and never touched nothing. They're just sitting right there perfect, like they've never been touched.
Wow. Yeah.
And
Cool.
is that different, yeah, than what you were talking about, Jack, about like manifesting something? The difference between that and what you're talking about these things that are happening out, in our world, like crop circles and things that happen. Who knows who is starting that, as opposed to what you were talking about, the psychic.
That was the reason why I brought it up, is because what he said right there. I mean, that's how it can be done. It can be done exactly the way he just explained it, with what he said that me and you were where you just mentioned. That's the whole reason why I even mentioned it.
Yeah,
well, that's different from manifesting something, or like somebody sits there and thinks about it and then and manifests it, or it happens. Is that the same as what you're talking about? That's what I'm asking.
That's one of the theories these scientists had initially concerning a recovered alien craft. They actually theorized, is it possible that the collective subconscious of humanity could literally manifest a nuts and bolts artifact of some kind into this reality? Just through our willpower alone, subconsciously needing that kind of technology. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting theory when you consider the power of consciousness itself. So,
yeah. Well, and then what kind of consciousness? Like human or the other?
human consciousness,
well,
on a collective level.
I'm pretty sure we've all heard of the double slit experiment and all that. Okay, so with that, taking that into consideration, when you take a look at the consciousness, okay, I've noticed that there's a split between people. There's some people who believe that we're actually watching and listening to the cosmos, and then there's others who believe that the cosmos is actually watching and listening to us. You see what I mean?
Why couldn't it be both, though, Roger? Why couldn't it be both?
Of course it is.
It could be. There's an account that came out of Skinwalker Ranch that comes to mind, right? Bigelow hired this hard-boiled detective out of Montreal, Canada, believe it or not, a guy that was known for battling like mafia, and like this guy was the real deal, just a hardcore street detective kind of a guy, ex-law enforcement, and they had him come down and help with security and investigation on the ranch, right? And he decides to go quietly out to one of the little structures that's on the ranch that night and set up, looking at this line of trees where these orbs keep popping up and they keep getting phenomenon taking place. And he's got a pair of binoculars and he sees in the trees this shadow begin to form, this big, entity of some kind, and you can see it kind of walking through the trees. And he says that he's looking at it with night vision binoculars. And he said this thing turned at him and it doesn't make a sound, but in his head, telepathically, it told him, "You think you're watching us? We're watching you." And it affected him so desperately, like psychologically speaking, that he literally to this day is seeking like some kind of psychological help from his encounter out there. But these scientists and David Paulides on his recent interview, having talked to people out there at Skinwalker Ranch, are all saying the same thing, that this phenomenon looks like a singular consciousness of some kind that they're dealing with. And they don't know what to make of that. Nobody does. How do you wrap your head around that idea? That
What does a singular consciousness look like?
Right, like an alien life form consciousness of some kind that has the ability to shapeshift into various
in my head, I just
animals.
Picture like an orb of light or something, a small sun or something.
Right.
I don't know.
See, I picture it as a cosmic consciousness. People like to call it the Akashic records. Okay, consciousness.
Sure.
Consciousness also has different forms. Like, it's not just one solitary consciousness. You know what I mean? Like, you see it a lot with people who have experienced DMT. They talk about having these entities that they see in their visions. Those are different forms of consciousness.
Right.
Could they not be angels? I hate to go back to that, but
you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even a real good term, because that angel means messenger. I mean, it's a job that those beings do. But yeah, could that singular thing, could that not be a supernatural intelligent being?
It could be God himself.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the angels, like in the Bible, Vicky, like in my mind, because I have the theory of the Type 3 civilization having colonized the entire galaxy. I think that, and the reason why angel was called messenger was because I think that these were agents of that Type 3 civilization that actually were here on the Earth doing different things. But and there could still be. They're actually, when you entertain the notion that the Earth is interacting with a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale, everything is possible at that stage. And it goes a long way to explaining all of the phenomenon that we're seeing. If you just take that one little notion and plug it into the equation of paranormal phenomenon across this planet, everything begins to make a whole lot of sense.
That's just mathematically too. Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part about it. It even math matches with it.
Yeah, the mathematics say that there should have been a civilization that's existed long enough, been around long enough, is technologically developed enough that they could have, should have, and would have colonized the entire Milky Way galaxy. That came from a scientist named Enrique Fermi, and it's known as Fermi's paradox. His famous quote is, "The absence of aliens on our doorstep is in itself significant." And the problem with Enrique Fermi was he wasn't paying attention to the UFO phenomenon and to the fact that the aliens were and are on our doorstep. Because if he had taken that into account, he would have said, I'm right. The entire galaxy has been colonized.
I actually agree with the whole thing about that. The one thing that I believe too, though, is I believe in a lot of these theories that have been put out about these civilizations creating galaxies and using black holes. And
yeah, that's crazy stuff, right?
When it comes to CERN, everybody's talking about this horrible thing about a black hole being created and it's sucking Earth in like it's supposed to be a mistake. I think they're purposely wanting that to happen. They're wanting to create a black hole to suck not only the Earth, but our entire universe into it so that they can...
They don't make many other mistakes, Everything else they do is on purpose.
So
like they say, everything's by design. But
well,
our room here is going to close very shortly. So I want to make sure that we get it, get back in. Jack, if you can, please come for a little bit longer, all right? If you can.
I won't be able to. I can't the second hour, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I've got to go up and babysit.
But anyways, maybe we'll get we'll get Jason to talk about some of his D-Live adventures. But
Oh, shit.
And so
You need to
yeah,
hang
let's
out with
go-
MC
let's-
Dirty Work,
yeah,
Jack. He's a cool
MC
dude.
Dirty Work. But with that, let's take it out to break. We are going to go out a little early, but that's fine. That's a long break, and we'll be back after the top of the hour. All right, yeah, we got about maybe a minute and a half tops with this room. I didn't want us to, go over too much. Thanks, Jack. I really appreciate you coming in tonight. Save the show
My
tonight.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll holler.
Deprogrammed. I'm sorry,
nice
not
talking to you,
D-Live.
brother.
Mark and
Deprogrammed.
Roger.
Yeah,
Right,
listen.
right.
I've missed a bunch of your streams, so catch me up and the rest of us. All
All
right.
right. Will do.
Yep.
We'll see you,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right.
Yep,
See you
thanks,
Wednesday,
guys.
Jack.
All right.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to hang up here, and then I'm going to get us going on the next one in just a few minutes, okay? Take a little breather. Go grab your coffee. Refill your drinks if you need to. Folks, we will be back with more Vixen's Vault. Yeah, we're already on break, but, I'm going to just transfer over rooms while we got this going.
Gives me a chance to make coffee.
Yeah, make your coffee. You got time. All right. I'm going to hang up, and then I'll call you guys right back right here. All right, folks. Vixen's Vault. Going to start up hour 2 here shortly. Let me make sure everything's set up and ready to go, of course. Do 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 do. All right. Make sure that way we have time to get out of here. Hey, David. Welcome back.
Hey, Mark. Yep. Oh, here we are.
Yeah. Let me get the rest of everybody back in here.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, this is crazy. What the hell? Why did they do this crap? With this Microsoft shit with Teams.
Yeah, well, hey, it is what it is, folks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, you got to figure it out, but it just doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Hey, Jason.
Hey.
We gonna get some deprogramming going on at the top of the hour?
Yeah, whatever's
All
clever.
right. Once you
I've been,
roll into some deprogramming, that'll with that, and I'll turn it over to you, and then you can go for like 25 minutes when we come back, and get everybody
All right,
caught
well,
up.
I mean, alrighty. Do
What
you
is
mean
the
literally
deprogramming?
get a
Yeah,
fire
literally.
a stream up?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, alrighty.
You can. Well, what I'm saying is, talk about what you've been talking about, and bring some of your clips in here, and we'll play them. Tonight, and we don't hear enough from you, Jason. You've been quiet. You
I tell you what, I've
chime
been-
in. And Mark, wherever he is.
I got a
probably
wicked
making
toothache.
coffee.
He's making coffy over there.
I'm
Roger's
here,
smoking
I'm here,
a
I'm
cigarette.
Probably flew to
you know.
South America to get the coffee
Come
beans.
on. Get with it. Great
Okay, I gotta get
conspiracy
this thing
restreaming
yanked.
us tonight. Appreciate it.
Well, it's 2:00 in the morning where he is. So I guess
Yeah.
he's allowed.
Yeah, no, he's not allowed. He knows what time
No, he's
it
not.
is. No, he's
Oh.
not allowed to do that. No.
knows better. He should have done it hours ago.
That's right. He knew the show was coming on. He should do like I do and have 2 pots of coffee sitting on the stove, waiting, ready. In between.
Yeah.
You don't know me. I am like the Pope of
Actually, to be
Jaffa.
fair, I use this sort of barrel press device. And, obviously,
Wow.
only
You're
enough for one
pressing
cup.
coffee. How un-American.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're not.
It's plastic.
Wow.
That's not even glass.
I like good quality
like a
coffee.
beaker.
That's called
American
just-
style coffee.
Is that some
Yeah,
alchemy?
that's for your urine
he's-
sample, Rob.
It's an alchemy experiment, right?
No, he's just
Alchemy
justifying himself. Rationalization and justification. That's what it comes down to. Like
Okay.
you never forget to make coffee, especially if you love coffee. That's just like an unspoken law, dude.
Roger, I don't know how you're
Yeah,
doing it, but it shows that
but
your
I like
mic
my
is muted on my side, but you're coming through nice, loud, and clear.
Yeah,
I
how'd
have
you
no
do that?
idea.
It's alchemy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Only problem is
Showing
that
muted,
I like fresh coffee, so I grind my beans within, let's say, a couple hours before I make coffee. Actually,
Wow.
to be fair, I actually upgraded
Oh,
my
Mark, you
manual
can.
grinder.
All you have to do is grind them ahead of time. Put them in the fridge with in a metal can with a plastic top on it to make sure that the air seal is tight and
You
it is
should-
fresh. Come on now.
You should really be on more shows with this man. You will understand why that was just ridiculous. Just even saying that. Mark would never do something like that, dude.
Why?
Because he's Mark.
Oh my God, that explains it all, I suppose.
Yes, it does. It really, really does. I mean, Mark is probably the most trippy dude I've ever met in my life, man.
He lives in a
Oh.
castle too,
Oh.
right?
Well, no, Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot.
Yeah, I was going to say, compared to...
Hey, Mark, Erworthy, I grind my coffee beans, but I mix them. I mix them up, and I do it ahead of time, like a day ahead of it, 2 days ahead of time. Come on.
They're not stale.
The
How do?
Otherwise,
Come
it's
on.
Don't get
Cross
steel. It's
pressing.
seals. I got a sealer on
Yeah.
there. It's got a gasket, a rubber gasket that seals the lid when I close it down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can put them in the fridge
The
too.
argument is that if you...
Absolutely,
Yeah,
freezer.
Oh, I want to
the
do
argument
it.
is if
Cross
you
pressing.
grind a coffee, if you grind coffee beyond, let's say, 3 days, then it starts getting stale.
I want to do an update on Mark
okay.
Edworthy, a Mark Edworthy update that I've found out recently. I've told you guys how I'm trying to cut down on smoking, so I went back to trying to roll my own cigarettes, right? And I've been doing pretty good at it. But if you take a look at Mark Edworthy's cigarette right there, okay, look how small that thing is. I've been trying to get my cigarette that small, and guess what? It's not happening, dude. That dude is freaking so obsessed. He can freaking roll a cigarette that thin, dude.
Practice. What do you want me to do? Start smoking cigars?
No, that's a small cigarette, dude. I'm telling you, I've been trying to
Why
get them
don't you
that
switch
small.
to
Those
pipe?
too.
Come on.
Well, I might
He
do
presses
that.
those too.
Switch.
But see-
I'm an avid pipe smoker and cigar smoker. All right. You need to switch
They
to
smell
pipe,
so
and
good.
it has a better flavor. You know.
Cleaning them though
Come on.
is the thing.
MC, you tell
Also-
them it tastes better out of a pipe, right? You don't get that weed taste
Well,
with
I
it.
don't know. I think I'm smoking a different product than you might be out of
Yeah.
Well,
pipe. I do prefer to pipe. Yeah.
yeah, pipe's
Indeed.
better, man.
Well, that's the
And
lazy
you have less
man's
chemicals,
game
too.
right there, dude.
Do you know how many
You-
chemicals are in the paper, Roger? Oh my God, that
Don't tell me that you think the glue is bad for your health, dude. Seriously.
yeah, and the filters. Oh my God, those
Sniffing?
filters are just
I don't
filled
use
with
filters, bro.
fiberglass.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about rollies that are actually cool that a lot of people don't realize. Like, whenever you like roll it where the glue isn't on the right side, People need to remember that freaking at one time back in the old days, man, they used to roll these bad boys without glue on the paper. So you just lick that sucker and you smoke it. Don't worry about it,
If I
man.
remember correctly,
smoke that
papers
cigarette.
were introduced in Napoleonic era, and yeah, Paul.
Well,
first-
we got 30 seconds. What do you
yeah,
have for us coming
yeah.
up there, MC? We get the MC Dirty Work segment of the
Well,
show
I tell you
tonight.
what, a lot of people are familiar with this. Some might not be, but Joan Rivers was on camera. I forget if it was TMZ. I
Here
think it
comes.
was TMZ. If
All
not,
right,
it was
let's go with it.
something
When we
like
come
that.
in, we'll
But,
go with it.
Hold on,
3,
man. Hold on.
2, 1, and we're live right now. Welcome back, folks. This is the VIXEN'S Vault. It is 3 December 2025, and we have the one, the only, the infamous, that's right, MC Dirty Work, a.k.a. Jason Quigley, going to do a little deprogramming for us tonight on the show. Jason, take it from here.
Well, I don't know how I got involved in this, but I did somehow.
They sucked
So,
you in. He sucked
I
you
know.
in.
Let's see here. All right.
And
They're
That
breaking
cool.
my balls a little bit here. Let me make sure I got sound
He
proper.
just said balls.
All right. So, all right. What we got going on here? All right, here we are. So we got Joan Rivers here. I don't know. I was looking at about 1,000 different MP4s and I just picked one. This was Joan Rivers, I guess, less than 7 days before she died on the table during routine, I guess it was throat surgery, some sort of throat surgery. But somebody asks her, do you think we'll have the first female president? Because, Hillary was running for 2016. And she said, well, whatever. She said, she seems kind of like out of it to me, like she, might be a little high up or drunk or something. But she said, we already have it with Obama. So, calm down. And the guy goes, pardon? Excuse me. And he goes, everybody knows that Michelle is a transvestite or a tranny. That was the verbatim word she uses. He goes, pardon? A what? It goes, a trans. And then she actually had to spell it out for the dude. She goes, we all know. It's okay. But, so, I don't know. There's a good place to start, I guess. I mean,
Her big Mike.
coincidence.
Well, I
There
heard
is.
that just before she died, too, Elvis was in everyone, and he was trying to get out. That's right, get out of her. Joan Rivers. That's right. He was trying to get out of Joan Rivers, and when she passed away, he got out.
Now that was talked about at like the airport or something, wasn't it? Like the guy met her at the airport or in front of a hotel or something. Because I think I've seen the video clip for that.
Yeah, I got the clip on the D program right now. That's what I thought I was supposed to be doing over here.
Yeah.
Well, share the screen and tell us all about it as it goes along. That's fine, because that's what we're here to listen to.
Oh,
do.
well, yeah. Oh, well, that's whatever. That's just something I figured I'd throw up on the screen. But now we've been doing a lot of Middle East stuff. Well, some anyway. Monday through Thursday, I got to have decent, better Wi-Fi connection. So now that I actually have that, lovely resource, I figured, well, we've been doing it in the morning anyway. Why not make it a schedule? So we've been doing it at, on the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, and usually the last hour at 11. Pretty much what I do is just mirror Press TV, because that's every hour on the hour. So about 25 minutes of news on the hour. Every hour till 25 after about. Then I'll shoot over to Al Jazeera, and there you've got more of like a 3-person panel type of deal. I mean, not much difference than they do at Fox News or MSNBC or whatever. Only the panelists actually, have some points to make. and make sense every now and again. But yeah, so that's been quite frankly, it's been 26 months over there, and it's getting normalized. People are kind of forgetting. I don't want to say they're forgetting, but it's getting normalized. It's getting to where they just don't want to hear about it anymore, or if they do hear about it, it's doesn't hit home the way it did. So just to remind people that what's going on over there is still going on over there. There hasn't been a 24-hour epoch of time that people haven't been killed, bombed in Gaza and in the West Bank. I don't know why they're messing around in the West Bank, but they are. Ever since they started this ceasefire, there hasn't been one day where there hasn't been life lost. I almost think that like they can't have that. If they have one day where there hasn't been life lost, and they'll make a note of it. I mean, it's not funny, but you just got to have a little levity when you cover stuff like that. But so that's Monday through Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9:11 a.m. New York City time until whatever. I'm doing third-party analysis till say 1:11, but I throw on something after 1:11 and hang around, and I can't keep my mouth shut, so I end up back on the mic usually in less than a half hour. but we go for an extra hour or whatever. But that's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The everything that was his name, Jack, right? Jack was talking about. I didn't see that film. Richie from Boston. Yeah, Jack, right? Jack Carey. I didn't see the film, though. I did see parts of it. I talked to people that had seen it, and I mean, look, again, I didn't see it, so I can't say. But the folks that I spoke to that saw it said basically it was a soft disclosure, they didn't even really describe it as a limited hangout, because it was kind of like the way they described it was more of a really long trailer for something in the future that's going to get, disclosed, if that makes any sense. So, yes. Yeah, I don't know. If anything does come about this, I can tell you, anytime they do something like this, it's for a whole lot of reasons. Usually the first couple are, pretty obvious. And I'd have to say that everybody, really wiling out about Epstein and Trump and people just drawing the line in terms of turning your head the other way with the whole pedo stuff and the pedo protecting, turning your head to folks turning their head. A lot of people have just, quite frankly, they've had it. They're burning their red Trump hats, etc. So, and on the one hand, it's like, all right. And on the other hand, it's like, but you guys were all the same folks that said you don't vote your way out of this anyway. And then you said, look, but you vote your way out of it if it's Trump. So I don't know. I don't really think politics have really fixed a whole lot. I haven't seen voting really, I haven't seen us vote our way out of much trouble since I've been alive. I mean, I'm 46. I guess I remember Dukakis and Bush. I guess that'd be like the first. I must have been like 9 or something like that. I remember we had like a little mock voting thing. But yeah, I don't know. We do 9/11 truth. What's really interesting? We've been. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm just thinking the issue is both in Britain, even though that's changed now, and in the US, it's the two political system regime that we've got. Either you vote for the left or you vote for the right. Even though that's sort of that's two-party system is changing in the UK now for obvious reasons. But again, if you don't vote, what other alternatives have you got?
That's a great question. Well, this is what I do. Different people there's some people that just don't vote, period. They don't show up. They don't play the game at all. But then there's other people that And there's an argument to be made for that, you know. That's why they come on TV and they say, we don't care which way you vote, just get out there and vote, because what the vote is really for is you're voting for the process. You're voting for, yeah, this is good. We get 16 psychopaths on the left, 16 psychopaths on the right. Call it a primary. Make sure they're all vetted, and then give you one. And if you don't like the one we give you, well, there is a second option. You could vote for that one. But what I do is I go and I vote for, I write in Barry Goldwater. That's a man who's not even alive, and it's legal. He was a senator back in the day. I don't know. He was on the front of Time magazine with the heart attack gun. I guess he did work for the CIA, etc. But anyway, but what I say is, don't even vote Barry Goldwater for a former senator that's dead. Vote for Mr. T. Vote for Andy Dick. Something like that. And it sounds funny, and it is a little bit. But here's the thing, and this is my theory. If any of them important folks counting these votes were to see my tally or whatever, which they probably wouldn't, but if they were to see somebody got up off their butt, drove all the way out in the rain or whatever, just got off their butt to vote for somebody that's not even alive, I think that would mess with their head probably as much as 10,000 to 20,000 votes for whoever the incumbent is. And I could be totally wrong about that, but I
disagree.
think I'm close.
Disagree because it would just be treated as a spoiled ballot. It would just be...
Well, the ballot itself would,
ballot,
yeah. But when they see the dude came out and voted for Mr. T when he could have just sat home and voted for nobody, that's a problem for the process. And that's a problem for all of them.
Do you think that they look at how many people, write in their own, person that they want for president or whatever?
I used to put my own
that's
name
why I
on.
said at the end of the day, they probably wouldn't see mine. But, I said, but if they did see it, it would probably mess with their head. 10,000, 20,000 votes. I don't know. And the reality is, the chances are they're not going to see that. But, that's what a vote is, right? I mean, everybody has their one vote, so there's mine.
I'm hearing Brewster's Millions.
MC, the new American dissident. There we go.
Have you ever watched Brewster's Million?
I haven't watched that.
I watched Punky Brewster in the 80s.
Brewster's Million was, in order for this guy to inherit the full amount that his uncle, I believe, inherited to him, he had to spend $1 million within a month, and he had to have a receipt for every purchase, and he could not make any money off of it whatsoever.
Was this something that actually happened or a film?
It was a film. So he ran for mayor of New York, and he said none of the above. He said, if you vote none of the above. And he ran a campaign on that, and that's how he ended up squandering that $1 million, is he just funneled $1 million into this vote none of the above campaign.
Did he win?
And he couldn't win the election. That was a stipulation.
So he didn't win, but he got his money. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
He couldn't profit off of it whatsoever. He couldn't win an election, nothing. So if you got $1 million and you want to make...
There was I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
If you have $1 million and you want to make a footprint, that's the way to do it, man. Just none of the above.
I like that. None of the above. Now, you reminded me of this. Back in 2005, there was some channel that my gal at the time watched. It was all reality TV shows, all different, 24/7. So you can only imagine. I mean, all from Europe and different countries and stuff. And there was this one, I loved it. I liked it a lot. This English guy starts at Penn Station, right, in New York City, in Manhattan. Here's the dealio, right? He gets $5 a day. This is so in 2005 money. He gets $5 a day. People can give him stuff, but they can't give him money. And he's going to travel from there, New York City, to the Hollywood sign in Los Angeles on $5 a day, and eat and travel somehow. And so he starts, does exactly what I would do. He bums a train ticket to Philly. So that's not Amtrak, it's a local train. So now he's in Trenton, now he's in Philly. Then he'll hitchhike, he'll take he'll bum a bus ticket. It was far out. He made it all. He'll ride a bike, if he gets a bicycle at one point. And yeah, he made it all the freaking way out there. This freaking English dude. I remember he came in the one place and he said, "Can I just have that?" And this dude was so pissed. He said, "Is that how they are over there on the other side of the pond? You just ask for that, not pay."
That accent was worse than my English accent.
I wish I could remember what that was called. That was the best, man. That kicked ass.
A documentary from Mark Airworthy's life.
The cool people that dude met. He met, because you can only imagine going across the entire with $5 a day. My God. Oh, and here's the other thing, that the cameramen, they can't help him out. Nothing like that. Not food wise, not they couldn't even give him stuff. So nothing like help. No help from the crew.
Now, didn't they do that with a robot or something like that? They were supposed to travel across the United States, and it made it to Jersey, I think, and somebody stole it.
Oh, crap. That's funny.
Yeah, it was like in the early 2000s, I believe.
Someone stole it. Surprised they didn't low jacket.
It was called Hitchbot. It was a hitchhiking robot that relied on strangers to move from city to city.
Oh, I've got to check that out. That sounds kind of neat.
Now, it was supposed to it was supposed to have successfully made it across Canada and Germany and the Netherlands. But I believe that it ended up getting freaking stolen in New Jersey, because you know how you guys are. You're just...
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds about right.
Philadelphia. It was destroyed in Philadelphia. Sorry.
That's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's close enough. Right over the bridge.
Well, yeah. Well, at least you guys aren't in Maine.
Maine's beautiful.
Yeah, but those people are ruthless, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bangor. Bangor is rough.
Stephen King.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But yeah, it was Hitchbot. Pretty cool story, actually. Like, it actually made it across Germany, the Netherlands, and everything. Then it ended up getting destroyed, I guess, in Philadelphia, from what I'm seeing here.
What time was that? What year was that, Roger?
Its 2015 U.S. tour ended prematurely just after 2 weeks, when it was vandalized and destroyed.
I was just thinking, going from high trust societies, arguably Germany could be considered as being a fairly low trust society nowadays, to what in fact is a fairly low trust society, Jersey, New York. Yeah.
That sounds horrible, dude. I can't believe you said that on national radio, dude. High trust and low trust.
If you look at the sort of figures, the
The decrepit.
Again, 2015 is a bad time. If you say 2000, then yeah, that would be a good argument. But Germany isn't hardly a high trust society these days.
Now, when you say high trust, what is that? How you guys categorize things over there? Is like, do you have like actually codified or categorized like this is a low trust and this is a high trust society? Like, is that a thing?
The concept of keeping your front door on the latch.
Oh,
that's an example.
Yeah. Well, see, I've got my theory about that. People who get robbed are the ones who like put all the security bars on their windows, and they have the nice fancy car sitting in the driveway, and then they of course they got to take all that expensive stuff and they got to put it out in the yard so that these thieves can see it. You know what I mean? I've never had to lock a door in my life. My grandpa used to tell everybody, freaking just walk in, don't even knock. I mean, that's
There's a guy going around West Philly last week doing multiple break-ins while the people were sleeping. Had me thinking, I wonder if any of them heard him and said, just pretend like you're sleeping. That must have been really weird if that was the case. Pretty sure they caught him by now. But the one guy, he went back and did his house twice.
You know that there's not one single peeping Tom case in Kansas City, right? Like, the police have never had a peeping Tom report in Kansas City when it comes to peeping Toms.
That's interesting.
But they shoot him?
No, it's just women don't freaking call the police when they're being peeped on.
Come on, man.
Have you seen a Kansas City woman?
At least you didn't say it was Vegas.
We got to go on break here, Mark.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to break, and we'll talk more about that during the break, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're on radio break. Oh, my God. Roger, really? So,
well, I mean,
so you trying to say Kansas City women
Maybe
are into that, or into that, you know?
Dude, I actually lived in Kansas City.
No, answer the question.
I'm just saying.
No, don't just say
that.
They're into voyeurism.
Voyeurism.
Well,
is that what
Kansas
it is? Oh my God. Here on the VIXEN'S Vault, we would talk about something like that. Oh, if Nancy hears this, I'm sure.
Kansas City women appreciate what they get. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I love it.
So what are you trying to say?
Maybe the men don't engage in that kind of activity.
Right. Yeah.
well,
Come on,
I mean,
Vicky,
I'm not.
Stand up for him.
He's just speaking from his experience.
I'm just
from Roger, your experience? Did you live
You
in
never got
Kansas City?
caught, Roger?
I'm just telling you what I've heard.
Here we go.
Just telling you what I've heard about Kansas City. There is not one report of a peeping Tom in Kansas City.
Now, if I'm gonna lay a scenario out for you, and you tell me if it might be reported, okay? If there was like this lady changing in an area in her home, all right, and this chick with a skeleton on its back popped up in her window and was watching her, what do you think she would do? Do you think she would report it? Or
Scream. That's a freaking chicken jockey, dude. That's actually the worst. That's the worst one. That's the one where if you don't sleep, you stay awake for like really long time. And you don't
I'm
sleep.
familiar with it.
I'm sure she
How
would.
do you know these things?
It's just the way it is. Like if you
see what happens when you hang out with gamers, all right? You get caught up in their legend and lore stuff.
Maybe
Well-
you're not unconscious. That's why.
Well, chicken jockeys is a scary thing.
Chicken
It's
jockeys.
a real thing.
Would
I
you
know
care
it
to
is.
explain that?
It's a scary thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it really is. Especially the skeletons, like you were talking about, like the zombies. That's no
I
big
agree.
deal.
If I saw that in real life, I'd be scared to death.
Now I'll tell you one
The
thing
big
that's
chicken.
that bad.
The skeleton one.
Chicken jockey.
The
What is a
worst-
chicken jockey?
The worst chicken jockey is a midget zombie on the back end of a freaking chicken, dude.
A midget. Yeah. See?
Yeah, because
midgets are
you kill
scary,
the
okay.
chicken. Even if you kill the chicken, the little midget runs at you, and this sucker can run fast. Okay, I'm telling you, dude. You try to outrun that little zombie freaking midget, and it runs like 3 times faster than you do. So you got to jump down into a hole, get him to where he falls down in the hole, and he's stuck in there, and he can't get out. And then take your sword and just
Sure
hit
they
him.
don't. You sure they don't just look like they're running faster because they got them tiny little legs and they're just going back
No,
and
no,
forth
they're
quicker?
quicker.
Like,
They're definitely
quick.
quicker.
The midgets are horrible. The midgets are horrible.
Don't you remember watching Dink and Donk in professional wrestling? Those little guys.
oh,
were
that's
quick.
right. We were talking about this before. Dink and donk.
Dink and Donk.
Who were they with? Which wrestler were they with?
The WCW,
The big
right?
cloud.
Well,
The big
yeah,
clown
but
guy.
who was? Yeah, the clown. Who was that guy?
I can't
You
remember.
guys remember his
now.
name?
It probably. Anyways, we got 30 seconds and we'll be back. I'm going to turn it over to you, Roger, and you can talk all you want about chicken jockeys until we get back.
Nuh-uh.
All right.
You got to explain that chicken jockeys from that movie.
They're gonna be all the midgets are going to be protesting at Roger's house
Okay,
tomorrow.
yeah, it's all his fault anyways. Yep, there we go. Yeah. I'm going to bring us back in. I don't know where we're going to go from here, but anyways. Hello and welcome back, folks. It is still the 3rd of December, 2025. It's 9:30 p.m. You're at Central Time, but it's 10:30 on the East Coast. And somewhere the sun is shining on the other side of the world and comfortable. But anyways, bring you back to the VIXEN'S Vault. And in break, we were talking about all sorts of crazy stuff once again. And I initiated talking about a skeleton with that rides a giant chicken peeking into a Kansas City, right? Yeah.
Kansas City woman.
Yeah, Kansas City woman. And, while she's changing clothes, and I wanted to get Roger's reaction, and he got scared. But anyways, we're back. Roger, do you have any more anything else to say in your defense or offense or?
Well,
In your
first of
offense.
all, when it comes to like midgets, I want to say to all
the
you
little
midgets out
people,
there,
we're on the air right now. All right, they don't like to be called midgets. Little people.
I
folk.
do not mean to offend. I just come from a different generation than what you guys do, who feels that midgets are cool, especially when you see them running. Like it's just the coolest thing, especially in rodeos. Like when you see the bull behind them, just coming at them, dude, and they're just running with those little legs and going, just tap,
Is
tap,
that the
tap,
Dark
tap.
Ages?
No, that was like 30 years ago.
That's
You know?
Well, the Vikings used to toss them at one time, I believe. But
Yeah.
except for Brack's Thunder Axe, who had a giant barbarian that would carry him on his back, wielding a giant broadsword, while Brax wielded his twin battle axes. And that's how it was back in the ancient times. And enough of talking about ancient Vikings. Let's get back to Roger and the rest of the crew. Well, what do you think about that, MC? You got real quiet there. And Mark, he's just like thinking,
He's
how do you
laughing.
do
Yeah,
it?
I'll bring it back
How
to
do
the
you do it
and,
without? And you guys just keep a straight face about this stuff. Come on.
Yeah, sounds like something out of the Druids or something, you know.
Yeah, Vicky, I'm sure it has something to do with Nephilim, or
Yeah.
disembodied spirits, or the giants, and all the other stuff. It could be biblical. I don't know.
The thing is,
or
though,
could
it's
have came
like
out of, or it could have came out of a role playing game that I played years and years ago.
on that topic with what we were having with Jack, though. To be honest, I don't think that was broken down enough. To be honest, because like Vicky had a lot of good points that she was making. You know what I mean? I really think that would actually be something good to kind of go over.
Well, keep going. Keep it going.
Because like I brought the thing up about Tic Tac for a reason, because Nancy posted up in the chat earlier, and it freaking I've had this thing going on in my head about it too. Like when you sit and you see on every documentary about UFOs, they always want to just throw that Tic Tac out in front of your face. I mean, for me personally, I see freaking I see a psyops. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that they want to push that in front of your face on these quote unquote disclosure hearings and these disclosure documentaries that seem to never disclose anything? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Because psyops has to do with silencing people
and brainwashing them, trying to get them to think the way you want them to.
Right.
I've got a different point of view. It's just bred in circuses. It's just
sensational
show. Yeah.
Sensationalizing.
Right.
And it all seems to go back to Area 51, and it always goes back to Dulcie. You know what I mean? All of it seems to always lead to those topics. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there's a group of people out there that are trying to push this stuff onto us so that we think UFO, when in reality it's humans coming up with freaking new technology, new ways of doing things, and being able to manipulate the public. You know what I mean? Let's just blame it on the UFO phenomena.
Also, it gives a good excuse to divert people away from other issues or actual issues.
Yeah, like trafficking. And well, that's one thing that Dr. Heiser brought up, is that the alien abduction reports, they also had a lot in common with the satanic ritual abuse victims. No, really, seriously, I mean, think about the probing. Think about what they do in both cases. And then also it tends to run in, alien abductions, families, so, and Satan is that's a fallen angel. It's a supernatural being. So, and then they didn't say, we've never gotten facts out there saying this is an alien, this is one type of an alien. They haven't disclosed that. And they were shut down, like you said. They were silenced. Everybody was silenced. So that looks like a psyop. If you silence people.
Suppose Roswell never happened, and if the whole thing was set up by the United States government, and they created all these movies and all these ETs, which the weird looking almond eyes, because they were worried about people getting contact with the highly advanced spiritual flying ETs that comes from different galaxies and within our own Milky Way galaxy. And they created all this it's called FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And this is what what I believe it's a possibility that they created this thing back in 1947. It was the beginning of it, and it kept evolving and evolving, and now we're up to Tic Tac, which I think is a bunch of crap, because to me, I've looked at that video numerous times, and I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just fabricated. Or it's AI, or somebody fabricated it, because I've seen what our military jets, and if they don't have better cameras on them, then what the hell are we paying them for?
Exactly. And that's something I wanted to ask you while you were talking there, Dave. What's your take on all of these photos and these videos that are blurred? It's the year 2025, and they still have blurry freaking videos and pictures of UFOs.
Exactly, Roger. And in the manual, which my dad contacted, Paul Villa was contacted my father in Sentiments in New Jersey here back in the 60s. He took him with a 35 millimeter with film camera. So, exactly. I use digital cameras today with 45 megapixels that I have, that I photograph wildlife with. And I get things that are just as sharp as a tack. If you look at my Facebook, I even crop the heck out of some bison we have here in Florida in the prairie. We have Florida bison that were released in 1970, so they're not native. But over a mile away, and I'm cropping, and I got better stuff than what these $100 and $200 million jets cost for cameras.
Yeah.
It's insane. I don't believe anything that the government, and especially after Secretary of Defense, which he was Senator Rubio, during that UFO committee, I sent him a copy of my UFO manual, and they text me on my phone and said, you better you better look into getting an aluminum hat and wearing it. This is U.S. Senator Rubio before he became that, and this guy, these guys don't know anything. It's a smokescreen. The whole thing's a smokescreen as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe in abductions. I think it's all U.S. government's abductions, and the whole thing has been perpetrated at our financial expense over the time through the CIA, who contract. Just look at what goes on television right now. All I see, because I only have an antenna. I gave up my dish years ago, and all they have is crime stories. It's just criminal. It's CSI New York, CSI Miami, and Criminal Minds, and all this crap, and Law and Order, and FBI. The FBI are useless. They're accountants. They're supposed to be accountants. That's what the FBI's job was to be. That's what they're supposed to do, and they keep evolving. But the CIA has so many black ops. And they probably have their own printing press to make the money. It's no wonder we're in debt.
That's what the Venezuela thing is about the Dominion, the election interference that you're seeing now, because they own the Dominion and Smartmatic.
Am I not mistaken to say that the CIA is like MI6? It only has got external forces, external investigation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they don't answer to anybody here in the U.S.
That's right.
I don't know about MI6. They have no oversight.
And at MI6,
right.
they don't.
That's a good point.
The CIA does.
The answer to the Queen.
No, the CIA does.
Right?
Government,
I guess.
Technically, government, yeah.
She was talking about the CIA, though.
Yeah, the
because-
CIA, there's no oversight on that. That's why they...
Yeah. 5-6, they at least got to answer to the Queen. Wow, that's a trip. I never thought of that.
Well, the Queen, see, a lot of people don't realize this, and I keep having a hard time with people who are colonialists. Like they don't understand that they have sovereignty to the Queen. In Australia, Mr. Robot, well, the King now, Mr. Robot pointed this out with the Australian Constitution, where their sovereignty lies within the Queen. It doesn't lie within the people. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like
They're
we,
colonial.
our sovereignty is the people.
Technically speaking, in Britain, the government is sovereign.
To the Queen, right?
Well, the
Monarchy, which it's
gives
Godhead.
permission for government to come into power, but government itself is sovereign.
To the Queen. Like,
Don't they answer to the Queen, or doesn't she have
right.
the power, absolute power?
Well, we have to
House
correct
of Lords.
ourselves here because the Queen passed away, and now we have, they have, not
king.
we, they have a king.
So we
And
don't
see,
have it anymore.
Is
The
it Kamala the Queen? Isn't his wife the Queen? Kamala?
Technically,
No.
Camellia,
because
whatever the
she's
heck her name.
because
Camilla.
she's the second wife, and according to a constitution, it's only the first
she's the
wife
whore.
that would be
She's
the
the
She's the
consort.
whore.
queen.
She's the
So
whore.
no, she wouldn't be. She isn't the queen, technically
She would-
speaking. Because
The
Oh.
so
Now-
would she be the not the Queen consort, princess consort? What was Prince Philip?
Prince
called?
Philip. Prince Philip would have been king if he didn't do his no.
Pedophile.
Yeah.
You the pedophile?
Yeah.
No, he was
Yeah,
he was
the-
Elizabeth's husband, but he was not king. He was called.
Oh, he's the one that went to the
Duke of
Epstein
Edinburgh.
Island, right?
Wait, yeah. Yeah, okay. So Charles was actually the one that was supposed to be king, right? And then he had his children. Charles is the
king right
the
now.
father, I believe.
Yeah.
He is the king. Yeah.
Right. And then he had his his three boys, I guess there was three of them. And the oldest one would inherit.
There's only two.
Two?
So Charles and
It's
William, or Harry and William. Or
Yeah.
something.
yeah, sorry, yeah. And I always get confused between the two. Which one is in the US is married to?
That's
Harry.
Harry. That's
That's
horrible,
Harry.
dude. You're
He's-
English. You
yeah,
are
totally.
English, dude. That is
Well,
just
He's
horrible.
the spare.
He
He
did the
doesn't.
same as
He's not the heir.
Simpson and Edward.
Well, see, he walked away from all that because he wasn't. There's something that happened. He fell out with his brother, and I think it was because his wife was half black and half. I think it's Latino or white.
Yeah, but she was related to the royalty.
Yeah,
yeah. Meghan Markle is
Well,
related to the
The royal family has
monarch,
been known
British
has been
family.
the British royalty though they've been known to be racist about a lot of things. That's why a lot of
Yeah,
people.
I don't think it's related to the race. It's more related to political, the sort of world cultural war sort of argument, and how Meghan likes to state that she doesn't like, she wants privacy, and then promotes herself everywhere.
She's a freaking actress.
She's an
dude.
actress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's the chick that was in the Transformers movie, right?
Yeah.
She was also in
Megan
that
Fox
TV
or
show.
whatever.
No, that's Megan Fox. She's
okay.
Meghan Markle. She was in Suits, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
all
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
She was one of the secretaries in Suits.
Right.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys are going to think this is so funny. I thought that was Megan Fox, and then she just said, no, my real name's Markle. Wow. See, sometimes
But
you're
she's
really out
related.
there. Or I am anyway.
She is related to the royal family. That's why they allowed the marriage.
I
But,
think
but
that's hogwash. I think they did that just to make it all sound good. You know, I heard that too, and I'm like, come on, dude, seriously.
she really is.
Whatever.
Yeah, I never heard that. How about you, Mark? Was she related to anybody?
Distantly.
I've heard it, but I don't believe it.
couple of years ago, there was a lot of discussion about removing position. She's the Duchess of Sussex. Because of actions,
William.
let's just say. There was and I think that discussion is still going on. Should she be stripped of her role?
Duchess of Sussex, dude. Seriously.
Well, because you think William has 3 sons. So when you look down the succession, Harry doesn't have a prayer as to being, to the throne. Because it goes to William and then his 3 sons. So that's why I thought they came over here.
He didn't really want any of that stuff, to be honest with you. The only thing he wanted to keep was the whole thing with the military, because he really did enjoy his service to the military over there. But other than that, he didn't like it at all. I mean, that's the one reason why I thought he was pretty cool. Like, out of all of the royals, he was probably the only one that had any sense, any kind of like where he's just a normal person. You know what I mean?
Diana, of course.
Well, no, Diana was the same way, believe it or not. Like, what's his name? That Italian dude that she was messing around with when she died.
Fayed.
Howard.
Dodi Fayed. Dodi Fayed.
Dodi Fayed.
Dodi Fayed.
Well, he was in Italy, and he had a lot of power and prestige, and he also was known to be on a little bit of the shaky side of the law too. So she was sucked into that whole thing as well. Just, you know what I mean? She was into stuff like removing landmines and things of that nature. Don't get me wrong, but
I'm familiar.
But she also, like, and I still believe I believe that there should be more investigation done on her death too. I still think that documentary they put out was legitimate. Everybody tries to debunk it.
Have you ever seen David Icke's research and his presentation, of that research? He's done some really kick butt research on that. I think they had her killed.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
I agree. That I mean,
if she's actually gone, which that might be up in the air too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now you're really getting conspiratorial.
Yeah. Well,
in her 60s, 70s now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what really got me about Dodi Fayed or whatever his name is?
Yeah, Fayed. Yeah.
Whenever she died, they came out with this whole story about he created like this set up in his backyard by his canopy or whatever they call that, and he would live out there. He didn't want to freaking go into the house. Now this is a weird story because it also goes back to other stories, and I notice a lot of people in Europe do that kind of gay stuff where they like to come up with like these weird things that just, they steal it from somebody else so that it makes them look better. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Genghis Khan. They said that Genghis Khan was buried under a river to hide his location of where he was buried. They said the same thing about Vlad Dracul. Then they said the same thing about freaking Sargon. And that's where it actually started, Sargon the Great, who in ancient history, and from that point on they did it. And they kind of do that, like they come up with these weird folklores about these people after they die, and it just with him, that's what really stuck out to me. I don't know, it just, there's something really suspicious about
I thought it was his dad.
Was it his dad? Yes, it was his dad.
It was his dad. Right. Yeah, because Dodi was like he wanted to be a producer, film producer, and his dad was the what is it, Seville, whatever that Seville Road. or the House of
House
it-
of-
it's
Howard's.
how
I
is it-
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
they're
This
put
is what-
out clothes or couturier, but only for men.
Right.
And
Okay.
and so he had that in England, and he was the one that was real suspicious.
I'm
Yeah.
going to jump on in here real quick because our time is running out. I want everybody to be able to get their information out, and then I'm going to close the show, and I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow, so there's no after show tonight. So letting everybody know ahead of time. So who wants to go first? How about David Campione?
All right, you can find me under David Champ on Facebook and see some wonderful nature photography, wildlife pictures, and under David Campione on Amazon.com, you can get my UFO manual, spacecraft identification manual.
All right.
And Jason, go ahead.
You're muted, buddy. Jason,
You're muted.
Thank you. You can find me at DLive and BitChute under MC_Dirty Work. At Rumble, no underscore, just MC Dirty Work. And also MC_Dirty Work at Instagram.
All right. Vicky.
Okay, you can find me on Telegram. I have a channel that is called For Such a Time as This. VV are my initials. So, and then I'm on X at Booklander 21.
All right. And last but not least, the chicken jockey slayer himself, Roger Hansen.
Don't
you
forget
can-
Mark Edworthy.
Wait, Mark. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, well, you know, I was gonna let him take us out, but okay. Mark, you go ahead, and then we'll get the chicken slayer jockey at the end. All right.
Excuse me. Yeah. I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy. Nice and easy.
Go, Roger.
Okay, so I'm Roger Hansen. You can find me on Rumble and YouTube as Live with Roger Hansen, Infamous OG1973 on Rumble, or Gaming with Infamous on YouTube. You can also find me at The Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube and Rumble, as well as this new thing I'm coming up with called The Storyteller. I'm doing it with Quantum Gathering is what it is. We're coming out with it. It's a pretty cool series. Check it out. It has Auto Excelsior on there, and I'm editing the videos. I'll be putting them up on Rumble and YouTube on The Storyteller, so check them out. They're pretty cool.
All right, and with that, this has been the Vixen's Vault without the Vixen. And when we close out tonight, that's it,
For
folks.
shame.
Good night, everybody.
It's a Vixen's
And,
fault.
Yeah.
For shame.
And we are
night, all.
out of here. Tune in next
All right.
week.
Good night.
Have a good
You
one,
guys,
you.
appreciate
You
each and
too.
every one of you. Thank you so much for helping me tonight. And this Jack Carey, too, coming in. Appreciate you guys. And that's been the show for tonight. Thank you for coming over and checking us out on stream. We appreciate each and every one of you. We are going to host over to the Great Conspiracy. If you are in Kick, yeah, because he's such a cool dude and, you know, always restreams me. I appreciate him and all the other folks out there. Go over there, check him out and what he's streaming. He's got some good content. Thank you.